Again, everyone, welcome to our workshop today that we're calling, hopefully that's going to sound okay, because sometimes when I click on things, we lose our Zoom connection, but looks like we still have it. So today we're working with the healing power of forgiveness. This is an opportunity for us to work with this topic of forgiveness from a Buddhist perspective, understanding this. And I'd like to start with just a short meditation. It's always good to spend a few minutes in silence before we begin, just kind of coming into this space, focusing the mind a bit, and then we'll set our motivation together. So I'll come in and do that. So find a good meditation posture. Just make sure that the back is somewhat straight. And relax into this posture as best as you can. If you need to close the eyes, that's fine. Or if you can keep them slightly open, this is probably the better way to do it. Keep ourselves a little more alert and awake. And just begin to attend to the breath. There are many different techniques to work with in regard to the breath. And certainly focus on the sensation at the tip of the nose. This is one of my preferred points to work with. Or you can work with the lower abdomen, about 4 finger widths below the navel, where you feel the rising and falling of the abdomen as you inhale and exhale. Or you can simply just be present of the overall sensation of the breath in the body as we breathe in, the kind of expansion that occurs. And then as we breathe out, the contraction of the body. Whatever way you choose to breathe, just stick with that way for the next few minutes and try to keep your awareness there. When you see that the mind has wandered away from the breath, then gently guide the mind back to the breath. So again, we'll just do a few minutes in silence, and then I'll come in and lead you in a short reflection. Now, to set our motivation for today, I'd like to invite you to take a look at your own experience with forgiveness. First of all, thinking about the times when others have forgiven you. Every one of us has done things in our lives that were hurtful towards others, or we weren't living up to the ideals that we'd like to. And hopefully, we've had those experiences where others have forgiven us for our own failures, our own transgressions. And just recall one or two of those and think about what that experience was like to be forgiven. And you can think about it from your own point of view, but also from the point of view of the person who forgave you. What was it like for them as well? You may not know their minds completely, but we can tell by our interaction with them. What was it like for them to extend forgiveness to us? And let's also take a look at when we have forgiven others for their faults, for the things that they've done that have harmed us. What was it like to extend that forgiveness to another and recall one or two experiences from when you have forgiven others for the things that they did out of their own ignorance, out of their own delusion? Just recall that and how that was for you. And then what were your impressions of how that was for the person who you forgave? What was it like for them to be on the receiving end of your forgiveness? Again, we may not know their mind completely. We can infer on the basis of recalling that interaction. What was it like for them to receive forgiveness? So, no doubt, in this short review of our own experience with forgiveness, we've seen the healing power of forgiveness already, how it helps us and others to reclaim our peace, to not be at odds with each other. So, set a motivation that is in line with that for our time together today, to want to explore more deeply this healing power of forgiveness, so we ourselves can be healed in our own conflict, our own difficulty, but also that we might be an agent of healing in the world around us, so that we can create more harmony, people being able to be with each other from that place of peace. That this may further our own spiritual development as well as the development of others. So the work we do today, we can think of having very long-term effects and very far-reaching effects. Let's set that motivation for being here so that we then have that dimension to our time together. Okay, again, welcome everyone to our little workshop today. Want to sometimes before these talks, you may have noticed this in some of the talks I've done here. I like to give a little background as to why I first taught on this subject. Well, first of all, it's not something that we really teach about so much in Tibetan Buddhism either, and I do feel like there's a lot of room for working with it. But I had this interesting experience in Santa Fe. There's this man who I met quite a few years ago, shortly after I moved to Santa Fe in 2005. And his name he goes by the name of
Ginger, yes, we did. But I mean, it has happened before, and soon he'll notice. And he will try to reconnect.
And I'm back. Something happened here. We have a ghost in the machine. It's like taking over at times. So you can here, I'll go ahead and oh, can't spotlight myself, I guess, at this point. So Cecilia will have to do that. Okay, so I was telling you the story of how we were doing this video or this little panel discussion on forgiveness. What I found really interesting, of course, I grew up Roman Catholic, so I have a bit of a Christian perspective on forgiveness. So I was kind of familiar with that. The rabbi who spoke, it was really quite interesting. I mean, I I don't know much about the Jewish faith, and I'm not being critical of it, but it was a very different perspective. Something that required on the part of the person who's to be forgiven an active process of pursuing that and seeking that with the one that had offended them and or they had offended. So essentially, you had this kind of very different dimension to it. And then when it came to me to talk after with the Unity minister, of course, Unity Church, I don't know if you know much of Unity Church, it doesn't tend to be quite oriented in a real strict way around things. So it was a bit more humanistic, if you will. But then when it came to me, I realized that there were a lot of concepts and terms and things that framed how we look at Buddhist perspectives on forgiveness. And I'm going to go into that a bit today. But the idea is that it was very, very different because it's entirely a process that we can do even in isolation. Forgiveness is not something that requires us to have necessarily even an interaction with those we have offended or with those who have offended us. It's nice when that is a dimension to it. And we'll talk about that more as we go through today. But it's not absolutely necessary. What's most necessary is to generate the mental healing that comes from being in the place of forgiveness, forgiving ourselves, forgiving others, what have you. But nonetheless, it also, again, is something that you don't have to jump through too many hoops, I suppose, for it. But I also do feel like in our culture, nonetheless, regardless of whatever perspective you take, whatever faith tradition you might come from around forgiveness, we do tend to kind of let things go maybe a little more easily than what we perhaps should. Please come on in. Yes, wonderful. You can grab some. Good to see you again. You can grab some handouts if you'd like. They're right on the table there. Did you get them? Okay. I don't know if you got some when you came. You did. Oh, you did. Oh, wonderful. Good. So anyway, the idea is that I think we say I'm sorry really easy in our culture, but we don't necessarily always go through a process around that, is the point I'm trying to make. People will say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. But do they really feel any kind of real contrition, any real sense of, going through an investigation of that and trying to make sure that things are healed with the other person? Again, I'm not saying that we do requires an involved process or some way of kind of working with it. But I do feel that there are many things that happen to us in our lives that perhaps need a bit more time, need a bit more energy. That's what today is about too, is to really kind of look at, well, how do we make this a formal practice that we can all engage in? I know last week when we did our Saturday workshop, I had people introduce themselves. Maybe we will just do that really, really briefly, maybe not talk quite so much about, what brought you here, but if there is something in particular around forgiveness to explore, then please let me know and we'll make sure that we touch on that today. By the way, if you do find that you would like to share something throughout today or even in your introduction of yourself that you don't want recorded, then please let us know and we'll pause the recording while you're sharing, all right? And so again, that's just an opportunity for people for me to know who's all in the room and for us to know each other. And then also to, again, just kind of express anything that you'd like to learn from today. So again, maybe I don't need to say so much more about myself. Most of you, I think I've met and know me. Again, I'm always like revisiting this topic of forgiveness. And part of today, just so you know, is to also look at the topic that accompanies it when we are involved with this whole concept of forgiveness, which is apologizing. Something as well that I think we're not very good in our society about doing. Again, we do tend to kind of just say, I'm sorry, but don't go through a real checklist of what is proper in terms of apologizing to others, what is really required there. So I will pass it along perhaps to Anthony to begin.
Sure.
Hopefully everyone can hear online, but please raise your voices here in the Gompa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony Ellen, and I am a CPA focusing in international tax. That's my day job. I've been coming to Tupten Kunga Center since May of 2018, and currently I'm volunteering as the assistant director. And I think forgiveness is one of those fascinating experiences for me. So I don't thankfully have any major experience or challenge with it, but I do find that this will be helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anthony.
Hi, yeah, I'm Jack. I've been coming here for a while.
A while.
Yeah, and I was told that I'm going to be the spiritual program coordinator, so I sort of am. But yeah, and I come when I can.
Wonderful. Good to see you, Jack. Anything on forgiveness that you?
I don't find it that much in Buddhism, like you say.
Yeah,
It's an interesting topic.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, if something comes up.
I find that if I step on something, kill it. I make a prayer and I apologize, and I promise that I'll stick around and help it.
Wonderful.
But, yeah,
Hopefully you're not stepping on people though.
no,
Not literally. Okay, good. All right, Jack.
snails.
Snails. Yeah. We had a lot of snails in Italy where I was studying for 7 years, and in the rainy months, it was just so difficult. I'd be out there with a flashlight in the dark in particular, just to try to find them and not step on them. But that's one of the most painful scrunches to hear. It's just,
You know when you've done it.
yeah. Anyway, yeah. Seek forgiveness of the snails. Yeah. Yes. Well,
My name is Will. And I've been coming on and off since 2018. And this topic is very intriguing. It's my personal experience with probably with a family member, certain loved one, that I haven't reconciled certain things with, and I don't know that I can. I'm always trying to struggle with.
sure.
If I'm not getting the results that I want, then how do you move on? I think last week you touched on one thing that really intrigued me with the
Mm.
you know, that feeling of forgiveness within yourself, you know, within your heart, to kind of let go and know that, you know, try
Okay,
your healing within yourself. That's why I want to
okay,
that element.
good, good. All right, yeah, well, that's the first topic we'll really dig into is forgiving ourselves and kind of getting to a place of okayness with ourselves in that. So, great, thanks, Will. Good to see you. Maybe go to Graciela. Graciela?
Oh, I'm Graciela. I've been coming here for 3 years. This topic is very compelling to me, and the difference between apologizing and forgiveness, and also a necessary apology or a necessary, and so I like to somehow like that.
Okay, all right, try to include that, yeah, great.
I'm Mary Ann, and I've been coming for a long time. I've been in Buddhism for well over 20 years, and I'm so grateful that you're here to help us with this very necessary topic. And I never really thought about it, but you're right. There isn't a lot of talk about it in Buddhism, whereas you hear it on a constant basis in the other religions,
Mhm.
you know. It's something that I think we can all use, and something I'm looking forward to implementing your techniques. So I'm very grateful that you're here. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mary. Yes,
I am Iris, and I haven't been coming here that long. I always see the emails and like, oh, I have to go. But I'm trying to come with more regularity to these events, either like Zoom or in person. And especially since you're graced us with your presence here, it's awesome if you can see in person, you get more, you feel like you get more out of it when you're in person and
Yeah.
Zoom. So I'm excited that you're here. I'm just personally, I've been going through a lot of personal things and self-improvement type of things. So forgiveness is a big topic that I've been revisiting. A lot of it's forgiving myself, but I'd like to hear what your take is or Buddhism's take on the process of forgiveness.
Mhm.
What goes into it. So
Wonderful, it's good to have you here. Iris. Yeah.
Last but not least, I am Tammy Kidd. Like Anthony, I'm a CPA also, but I don't have a day job. Like he does. Marianne and Jack, I've been coming to this center 2000, or even before when it's just started. I love Buddhism. I try to live it every day, whatever I learn. I try to work with it on a daily basis. It has filled my life. It has changed my life greatly. And I like to think that it's in my DNA. I personally feel that way.
Good.
When it comes to forgiveness, I have my challenges currently with family members. But I try to think to go this way
Mhm.
and use it to benefit myself and to benefit the others that I have to deal with. Every day is a challenge in our world. So I appreciate you so greatly
Oh,
that last week I couldn't come because I also had challenges, but I told myself I gotta show sometime to see you
Yeah.
and to hear your teachings. I greatly appreciate that.
yes, it's good to see you again, Pam.
Nice to see
Yeah, thanks for being here. Let's check in with our folks who are online. If all of you don't mind just saying again, introducing yourself and saying a little bit about forgiveness, what brought you here, if you would like to share something or what you're hoping to get out of today. Would you like to begin, Cecilia? And then we can have others join.
I went to the center for a few years, and then I moved to Raleigh, and I think I have to work on my attachment because I'm still very attached to the center in Florida. So I keep going to classes over there. um, mm, forgiveness. I feel that as I'm getting older, it's becoming easier. I realize I've messed up so many times. So yes, it's not, yes, I don't know. It's becoming a lot easier as I'm aging. Yeah, but I feel that there's always something new to learn. So that's what I'm here.
Good. Thank you, Cecilia. Let me go ahead and just call on people if that's okay. If you don't have so much to share, again, you can just introduce yourself. That's fine. Teresa, please. Unmute yourself and
Hi, I'm Teresa.
anything more to share?
No.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you. Ginger. There's two Gingers on the screen, but I think there's only one Ginger in the room. Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here with Kat here. I am Ginger, and I've been studying Buddhism for off and on for 3 decades, starting at Seichen Ling in San Francisco. So I live in Reno, Nevada right now, and I could say I think as I grow older, I don't have a problem with forgiveness, but I think that's just because I interact less with people and I still need forgiveness. Oh, it looks like Gen Don, you're frozen again. So I need to forgive myself and my family members, and yeah, I really need help with that. So I'm very glad to be here today. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you, Ginger. Yes, good. And then to Tal.
Hi, my name is Tal, and I've been coming to the center for a few years. And I think this is just a great topic. It's a very compelling topic, and something that definitely has been a theme in my life. And I find that people struggle to ask for forgiveness or to say that they're sorry. In my experience, they tend to just rationalize their actions. So in my experience, people are sort of afraid of that whole process. So I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you.
So we lost him again.
Sorry, connection got lost again here. So I think we were working with Esther. Esther, I don't know what happened in the process. I apologize. So Esther, do you mind saying just a few words? You need to unmute.
Yeah.
There
I'm
we go.
sorry. Yeah. So yeah, I've been coming to the center for a few years now. I mean, when I am in the country, because I travel. So now I'm back. So soon I hope I can. I was gonna come today, but I'm having a little problem with the tire in my car. So maybe in the afternoon, we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Good. Well, welcome, Esther. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
And then Margaret.
Hi, good morning.
Um, since I've been involved in the center in Buddhism in the
Oh, you're muted. You're muted now, Margaret.
oh, okay. Did you hear anything that I said?
Just Margaret. You said you were Margaret. That was all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I've been coming to the, center for about 3 years, and throughout the teachings, I've heard a lot about anger and, ways of dealing with it. The goal being to neutralize it so you don't really feel it. Yeah, at any rate, I really kind of felt like I made some progress in the area of forgiveness until a certain situation came up recently. And I I really became quite angry, and I think my mind was really just full of delusions, and I realized that I have really a long way to go. I mean, it sometimes the event that occurs, the degree to which you get upset or feel angry can be, mild, moderate. Well, this was like an extreme. So my interest in coming to this class is to grow in that area, so that when these extreme situations come up, then I'll have, a better way of coping and getting quickly to forgiveness.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing all that, Margaret. Yeah, appreciate it. Glad you're here. Let's go to, again, there was someone who's had initials EL. This clicker is just not working sometimes. So the person whose screen name is EL, I don't know. Could you introduce yourself? Okay, then let's go on to John. And if you do need to introduce yourself later, then please let me know. John, would you like to introduce yourself? Say anything about forgiveness?
Hey, good morning. I've been to the center for 4 years. I'm in California now, but I'm still attached to Florida, I think. And I kind of like what Ginger said. I've been using the method of avoiding people to practice forgiveness. And when that doesn't work, I think understanding when you seek forgiveness yourself, maybe that'll help understand others. But I'm interested in also learning about forgiveness for people who perceive what they have done as correct, and have no interest in seeking forgiveness. So that'll be good to hear about.
Yeah, that's a challenge sometimes. Anyway, it's good to have you here, John. I didn't realize you'd moved to California, so yeah, good. And then Christina.
Hi, I'm Christina. I'm also calling from Southern California. And I actually know about the center through John, and got to visit with him in May, and have been attending virtually since I'm in California otherwise. And I think for me, forgiveness maybe a little bit like, I think maybe Margaret said it, that you think maybe you're over things, and then you have a response that just doesn't even match the situation, and you realize, whoa, where did this anger and resentment and hurt come from? I thought I was over it. and realizing, oh, maybe in my mind I thought I was over it, but my body still feels it. And so maybe a deeper level of forgiveness is needed. So I'd love to learn more.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, Christina. Welcome. Good to see you. So again, the EL, if you were trying to share before but were muted, then please unmute and share. If not, then we'll go on. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and go to, pardon?
View screen.
Oh, do it so that it's different. Clicker is really not so good. Oops, not gallery. And then view speaker. Okay, there we go. Get to see me, two of me. All right. So again, my hope is that as we go through today, you'll get a better appreciation for forgiveness from a Buddhist perspective. Again, when I came out of that little discussion that I had with these other folks from different traditions, I realized that it's probably necessary that we have some sort of guidance on this because it is very different. And if I were to try to apply what I know from my Christian roots to my own understanding of Buddhism, it'd be very different, I think. One of the biggest differences, of course, is that as I was explaining in the Jewish rabbi who was like going through all of the explanation of how they seek forgiveness, there's another party involved, which is seeking forgiveness of God. Of course, in Buddhism, we don't have the concept of a creator God. You know, there's no being who's like pulling the strings or who's behind the whole thing, having created us and the world around us. So we don't have that element of forgiveness. So we're mostly talking about it again from that perspective of ourselves as, you know, human beings seeking forgiveness of others or forgiving others. So let me go ahead to the slides, and I'm going to start kind of similar to the way I've started a number of my little talks here, which is, oh, my clicker is, okay, there we go. I think it's on. Hopefully, what I might have to do, again, we'll see if this works, but Cecilia, let me know if you don't see it changing a slide here to the next slide that says the purpose of this course. Are you seeing that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Just saw the message from EL. Sorry. No, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Yeah, hope you feel better. Okay.
I see only, we see the first one.
Okay. So what I have to do is stop share and then go back out if that's what I've been having to do. So let me try that again. And when I come back in, then you should be seeing the second slide now. Okay. So the purpose of this, okay, so the purpose of this is to explore and understand the nature of forgiveness within the context of the Buddha's teachings. Again, I've already mentioned that. To learn how to practice skillfully three things. And these are the three focuses. You've seen it already on the handouts that we have. Forgiving ourselves, asking forgiveness of others, and I'm including there and apologizing. Again, it's not in the sheets that you have in terms of the separate handouts, but nonetheless, this is another dimension of it that I'm adding for today. And then thirdly, forgiving those who have harmed us. And know that this is meant to be the process that we should ideally work with in this. To jump right to forgiving those who have harmed us might not necessarily be the best thing. Again, when we've worked with forgiving ourselves, then we have a better understanding of what it's like to be on the receiving end of that. And we can then practice, you know, more skillfully in generating that forgiveness for others. So this is what we'll be looking at. So these are the topics that I want to pursue today. Looking at the nature of forgiveness, and here's where we'll start with a very typical sort of thing that I do, which is looking at the standard definition for forgiveness, and then going on to talk about Buddhist perspective on it from some various quotes, and then the rationale for practicing forgiveness from a Buddhist perspective. You know, why does it make sense for us to have this as a part of our daily practice if we need to do it daily? And then the practice itself, which I'm greatly indebted to Jack Kornfield, a wonderful Buddhist teacher in the Insight Meditation Society, sort of Buddhist approach. He's a great teacher out at Spirit Rock in California. So anyway, he has this threefold dimension for forgiveness, and I'll be working with primarily his meditation together with some notes that I put together myself that to help practice this. And then lastly, we're going to look at making forgiveness your life's practice. You know, what do we do about kind of making sure that this isn't something we just hear on a Saturday and then kind of goes south. We aren't able to use it on a regular basis. All right, so let's look at the nature of forgiveness. As I said, we're going to start with just a real standard kind of dictionary version of what forgiveness is, which is not a bad one. In this case, it's from the New World Encyclopedia. It says forgiveness is the mental, emotional, and spiritual process of letting go of resentment, indignation, or anger against another person for a perceived offense, difference, or mistake. It can also mean ceasing to demand punishment or restitution for transgressions, real or imagined. So again, there's a lot to this definition. It's not that simple, but nonetheless, I like that it's adding different components of this process. It is a mental process that we have to go through. And in Buddhism, as I said earlier, it's primarily a mental process, though it should be something that also, if there is the room for that dimension, be an interactive process that we engage in with others. There's definitely an emotional component to it. You know, some of the stories of forgiveness that I heard, and I'll share one later today that Jack Cornfield shares, that shows the emotional dimension of this, because it really does work with our own frailty, our own vulnerability, and our own kind of being able to be in touch with some very deep emotions. It has a spiritual dimension to it, obviously, because as we know, especially from a Buddhist perspective, this is a spiritual practice to be able to resolve things with others in our world. And one thing I might mention is that in Buddhism, we tend to have more kind of a importance placed on this process of what we call purification, which is a necessary component as well. Don't get me wrong, by forgiveness, I'm not meaning that we should just practice this and not do any other means of purification. But when we have done something that has harmed another, it is good to engage in that very kind of regimented process of purifying that karma. We'll talk about karma quite a bit today. But the idea is that this is also a helpful component to go along with that purification. That's why I'm kind of surprised that we don't have it so often in our Buddhist teachings in Tibetan Buddhism. Maybe talk a little bit later about the purification process, but that should be done in tandem with a standard sort of practice of forgiveness. Then this last part, I found this kind of interesting because this, of course, is very much a part of our society, right? And it is also there when I'm going to talk about apologizing. It is good that there be some sort of restitution, some sort of way of making amends for the ways that we've harmed others, and perhaps when we've been harmed by others, for them to do that for us. But again, the concept of punishment is a little strange. I mean, in Buddhism, it's not to say that we're sort of anti-punishment, but this is one of the problems, of course, with, I don't want to go too far on this tandem, but the whole fact of the penal system in this country and what we deal with in terms of punishment, that there's not enough attention paid to helping people to change as opposed to, you know, punishing them for their offense. And so this concept of punishment, even in regard to our interactions with other people, it can be kind of strange. I mean, I wouldn't want to punish others who have harmed me in some sort of way. You know, I would want to have the space for there to be some reconciliation if possible, and to really not look at it from that vantage point. So I don't really like that word being in there. Nonetheless, we still do have some dimension to our healing with others that can be in the form of others, you know, doing something for us when we've been the offended party, us doing something for them when they've been the offended party. And I think that is an important dimension to kind of take a look at. So while I don't think that definition or description is perfect, I think it has some of the necessary components in it, certainly, to kind of, you know, work with that. It is kind of interesting they add this idea of, you know, the transgressions, real or imagined. I don't know if they're speaking of real or imagined in regard to the restitution and the punishment or the transgressions. I mean, hopefully we're not imagining transgressions. There are some times when people do have a transgression against them that wasn't anything intended from the other person. They didn't have any desire to harm us. So maybe that's kind of what's being talked about here. It's a little bit imagined in the sense that it's from my own sensitivity and my point of view that I'm being harmed, whereas the other person had no intention to harm me. Maybe they didn't know my past and know that that would cause me to have some pain or what have you. But so I'm not really sure how to take that element of this definition. But nonetheless, again, I think it does, you know, have this component of really helping us to go through some process of being able to let go of our anger. It was interesting going back to that dialogue I had with the rabbi and what have you. The rabbi in particular, when I was talking about the disadvantages of, you know, being in that state of anger at someone and forgiveness being a way of healing through that, he said, well, anger has nothing to do with it. And I was like, whoa, well, maybe you're more spiritually advanced than me. But I find that anger is a key part of it, because that's what's keeping us from forgiving often, right? Is our tendency to resent that person and hold on to that kind of space of, but I'm still upset at them. I'm still angry at them. That's like I was saying earlier. I think we tend to say I'm sorry so quickly that do we really go through that process of kind of seeing our own anger, being in touch with it, trying to learn from it, and then maybe have the space for forgiveness after that. This is from an FPMT, our parent organization. This is from some materials that they put together for what's called the 16 guidelines, and there's a version of it for kids called Ready, Set, Happy. This is part of our more secular branch of our organization that works with education in a variety of ways. 16 guidelines have their root in Tibetan king who set out these sort of 16 guidelines for people in his kingdom to live by. But nonetheless, this is still a bit more secular. This is maybe a bit more in line with what Buddhism would say, perhaps. Forgiveness means, as I said in the motivation today, reclaiming peace of mind by letting go of anger towards someone who has done something that feels hurtful or disturbing. Again, the mind, and I like how it says that feels hurtful or disturbing, because again, there is the space for them to not necessarily want to hurt us. That may often be the case, right? That others are, and maybe that's the case with ourselves. When we need to, ask forgiveness of others, it's because we've done something that harmed them, though we might not have intended that at all. But they felt hurt. They felt disturbed by what we did. And that idea of reclaiming peace of mind, this is so important, because this is really getting at what we're trying to resolve through forgiving, which is to remove all of the turbulence in the mind and to restore the peace of mind we have, and hopefully the peace of mind of others, again, as part of that dual approach to forgiving. It can be done unilaterally, and we're going to talk about this throughout today. That's the emphasis I said earlier, that forgiveness can be done solely on one's own side, one's own part. But it's very helpful when it does have another dimension to it, where we are working with another person. Whoops, I didn't go through all of that. Sorry, missed. Learning to forgive doesn't mean forgetting what happened. It means making a new start. And as we'll see when we go through this, one of the dimensions of forgiving as well is that it's not always going to entail reconciliation and restoration of the relationship, because there may be situations where that simply isn't the best thing for either party, or maybe one of the parties, because some people, again, may not desire to change. They may not want to be, more amenable to what we are kind of seeking and restoring the relationship. And there are definitely some harmful relationships out there, toxic relationships, they're often called, right? That we need to respect, that there's some karma there that isn't really good for us to continue to pursue. But at the same time, trying to make a new start ourselves, at least, if we can make a new start with the other person, that's wonderful. We don't forget what happened. It always is sort of there to be reminded of, but not to necessarily live with that as the view of who they are. It was kind of interesting. There's a little workshop that I was taught to do through the FDCW. I actually did some of it when I was here at Tupten Kungaling previously. The initial longer course was called The Art of Fulfillment. And it was all about kind of the various principles that we want to bring into various dimensions of our life. And forgiving was one of the things on here. And again, I have such an introduction, I sometimes forget where I was going with it. But, so that was, let me put the back up on the screen, and maybe I'll be reminded by what I'm seeing in terms of that. Forgetting what happened. I mean, forgetting what happened. Oh, well, I sort of lost my train of thought. Maybe it'll come back around. Sometimes they cycle. So I'm forgetting what happened. But I think that is an important thing to emphasize. We're going to see that later, but it doesn't mean, again, that you're sort of living with that. Oh, that was what I was going to say. One of the things they emphasized in talking about forgiveness there was that they felt like that a lot of the resistance we have to forgiving is because we get kind of stuck in a view of the person being sort of permanently the way that we perceive them, through the lens of that angry experience, or seeing them as someone who harmed us. I don't know if that plays as much of a role. I mean, if you really talk to people, I would say that maybe some people say, yes, I'm holding the view that they are fixed in this way, and that's why I'm having a hard time forgiving them, because I see them now as a harmful person, as a person who has done these things, and I don't see any room for them to change. And of course, one of the angles they take in the FDCW and kind of working with this material on forgiveness is that we have to hold the view that there's always the potential for change. And Buddhism would absolutely agree from that perspective, right? Because that's why we're all here, is because we see things in ourselves that we'd like to change, and that we know that there's the prospect of having more fulfilling lives on the basis of changing our behaviors, changing our thoughts, and so on. But nonetheless, I don't know that this thought process is taking place when we aren't forgiving others, as to the degree that they were emphasizing. Nonetheless, I think it's worth considering, to what degree, when we aren't forgiving another person, are we blocked because we think that they're not going to change, that our forgiveness is kind of not necessary because they are who they are and they're going to continue to be that person. So recognize that if you are holding that view, though, forgiveness does provide the space for hopefully that to shift a little bit, maybe even to touch that person in a way that they will find that they have the opportunity to change. But this is the challenge of Buddhism, is that while we are working with kind of ourselves and trying to change ourselves, we might have family members or other people in our lives who aren't doing that work, who don't see the need to change, and who are quite content with who they are, and they will continue to do the things they do. We have to find the space in our heart to either be with them in that process or to simply let that relationship go. We'll go into that in more detail as we look at the whole process of forgiving others. So let's carry on with just a few more thoughts about forgiveness, some things that are more poetic, if you will, that I like to share. Jack Kornfield, in his writings on forgiveness, he says, forgiveness means giving up all hope of a better past. I like this idea because there is that idea that we, again, have something that happened in our past, and we just keep hoping it was better. We just keep hoping that it didn't happen, that somehow. And so, it's kind of giving up all hope of that, kind of acknowledging that the past was the past, that these things did happen, and that we have to face the reality of that. And we have to make a conscious decision then to engage in the healing process by which we can kind of get over that past, can heal from that past. This is from Paul Bose. It's kind of interesting. I looked up this guy. He's a writer. I think he lived in Kansas or something like that. And he's not really known for much other than that he wrote this wonderful quote that is in most of the quote searches for forgiveness. Forgiveness does not change the past, but it enlarges the future. That kind of is a nice dovetail to what Jack Kornfield's saying, right? We cannot change the past. We cannot make the past better, but it opens us up into the future. It opens us into the potential of enlarging the future, making it possible for us to perhaps, again, have a different relationship, maybe with ourselves, certainly because we've done the forgiving work from our side, but perhaps again with others. And I'm just going to keep using that kind of approach of talking about it as having those two dimensions, because it is important to acknowledge from a Buddhist perspective, we can work solely with ourselves on healing from this whole trying to reclaim our peace and let go of the past, what have you, heal from the past. But there is that other dimension that I would really encourage us, if the opportunity is there, to work with others, forgiving them and being forgiven by them through our own apology. This one I'm going to share because I think it makes a point at the end that I really don't like. I don't know, this really kind of was difficult for me when I read this book. This is not a Buddhist book. Forgiveness is a Choice by someone named Joanna North, wrote an article in there. There's a number of articles in this book. When unjustly hurt by another, we forgive when we overcome the resentment toward the offender. So far, so good. Not by denying our right to the resentment, but instead by trying to offer the wrongdoer compassion, benevolence, and love. This is getting it into a bit of an exchange. We have a right to resentment. That gets to be a little strange in Buddhist terms, because it almost is a way of righteous, self-righteous stuff. I'm totally right in my indignation that you having, done this to me, and it would be totally fine for me to be totally resentful of you. I don't know, that's the way I read it sometimes, and so I'm having a hard time with that. But I like the idea of what she says here of offering the wrongdoer compassion, benevolence, and love instead of resentment. Having a right to resentment, I don't know, gets to be a little strange. Maybe it's a value judgment I have, but as we give these compassion, benevolence, and love, she says, we as forgivers realize that the offender does not necessarily have a right to such gifts. This I also just like went kind of ballistic when I first read it. And because I think this whole this idea of rights, she's really into this kind of transactional sort of thing. I have a right to be resentful, and you don't have a right to necessarily receive my compassion, but nonetheless, I'm going to give it to you. It's a little transactional, you know? And I think that we have to find a different rationale for this. And this is what we're going to go into next, is what's the rationale for our practice of forgiveness? Because it isn't meant to be that type of idea. I don't know if other people are sensing some nodding heads here in the room, so I think people are getting what I'm, talking about in this. But it felt a little too much like almost coming from a place of superiority, of like, well, I could be totally resentful of you, but I'm going to dole out to you these little gifts of love and benevolence and compassion. So I think we have to be careful about that.
I think she missed it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Penny. Yeah.
Because I think it's how you observe whether you're hurt or not.
Yeah.
It's not up to the other person.
Yeah.
Really. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
It's all about, she's so self-absorbed
Yeah.
in her thinking.
I do think it's like a logical, secular approach in a sense, and then maybe it's arrogant for me to say that, but I feel like if I was asked about forgiveness prior to finding Buddhism, I'd think along these lines.
Yeah.
Close to it. Maybe I would use the word like that, but sort of like the idea of giving those, recognizing that this is a reasonable approach
Mm-hmm.
and grasping on at that self. Because
Right.
It seems like when you mention they don't necessarily have a right to such gifts,
Right.
that there's the I there, right? So
Yeah.
you're forgiving them,
Yeah.
but they don't have the right to that. It's
That's a very good point, Anthony. I think the other thing that gets me about this is that it doesn't see the healing that happens from the side of the person who's being compassionate and benevolent. It's kind of making it, oh, well, I'm going to give these to you, this rare gift that I'm going to give to you, but it doesn't, it's always a mutual thing. We get something out of being compassionate to others in the same way that they gain something from receiving our compassion. But again, we all have a right to that in a sense, and a right to that sort of way of approaching it. Just recognizing, again, as I've called this course today, the healing power of forgiveness. There's a lot of healing that goes on there. If we come at it from the point of view of doling this out to other people, knowing they don't have a right to it, it becomes, again, not an opportunity to heal. I think it almost puts the other person in a very different camp. Yeah, Graciela.
You said that something transactional, and I was wondering if you could explain what you mean about the negativity of that, or the.
Well, it kind of gets it into a place where it's a transactional. I guess by that I'm meaning that it appears as if you're almost bartering goods or whatever in some weird sort of way, and that it's only from the vantage point of what the other person is going to receive from you is kind of a
Give and take.
a give and take in a sense. But see, this is where I think that type of mentality, and getting back into this idea of it being transactional, that type of mentality would lead you to being very disappointed if the other person somehow didn't want your forgiveness or whatever, or like reacted really negatively, because it would appear kind of like you're setting it up as if, oh, and I'm from my wonderful, magnanimous place, I'm going to be benevolent to you and extend to you this olive branch of compassion, peace, and whatever. Then if the other person turns it away and says, I don't want your forgiveness, I don't think I ever did anything wrong or whatever, then you'd be like, oh, well, it feels like you're kind of doing something so you can get something from the other person with the vantage point of them being in an inferior position. And I think that we should be, if anything, ideally at least to have the view of equanimity, that we're holding others in a more equal space, seeing them as equal partners in the interchange of life, where we all are offended and offend others every day, with the things that we do. So it's not, not this whole thing that we have to look at them as some sort of special case, that we need to be able to grant them some dispensation and extend to them this compassion, rather that we're all in this together and all doing the same stuff. So it's less transactional and just humanistic. It's just about being a good being in this planet, on this planet. So you see what I mean? I don't, I think it does get us into a weird territory with it. Because we're all wounded and we've all wounded others. Maybe it's not to the same degree that others have. Admittedly, other people have, greater mistakes than we've made. We have probably greater mistakes than other people have made. We have to acknowledge that there are degrees of all of this, but we're all in the same fundamental situation. That's what we're going to get into more when we talk about the Buddhist teachings that support this kind of approach to forgiveness. So that was the last thing I wanted to share on the nature of forgiveness, because I think it was just kind of curious that I when I first saw it, I was like, wow, that seems so off the mark in terms of the rights for these sorts of things.
Well, does somebody necessarily have the right to be forgiven?
We'll talk about that. I mean, I think that let's go through more of today and come revisit that idea. I mean, we could, because right is a very strange word to begin with. But if we go from the vantage point of, is there anything anyone does that is unforgivable? Because again, we're going to get into this with the Buddhist perspective. There is a difference between the person and the action. This is a very fine line that we're going to be getting into today, and this is a Buddhist approach, is that we hold that there's the person and there's their actions, and we can condemn their actions and be very much against their actions and do whatever we can to stop their actions. But as the person who commits those actions, we need to hold them in a slightly different space. So we'll look at that. Again, there are different perspectives on this. There will be, I'm sure. Let's look at the rationale for practicing forgiveness from a Buddhist perspective. These are the things that inform why forgive from my vantage point. This is by no means definitive. Again, there's not much written about forgiveness in the traditional Buddhist teaching, so it's a little hard. I would kind of pulled it from various teachings that we certainly, most of you have had some exposure to, but I'll go into them a little bit this morning. In Buddhism, the practice of forgiveness is rooted in the teachings on, first, the role of karma and interdependence. I kind of threw these both together because they are very much involved with each other. Secondly, the faults of anger and hatred, which, as we talked about earlier, I mean, if that's what we're trying to heal primarily is our resentment, our hatred, the feelings of animosity we might have towards other people, then definitely this is something that we need to be addressing. And then lastly, the need for compassion, in all of our interchanges with others, which again, we have to define more clearly what we mean by that. Compassion isn't like, being a doormat, and compassion doesn't mean letting people do whatever they want, because we have to have a compassion that also is extended to those people who are committing wrong and not wanting them to engage in that, because it's not also unhealthy for them. We'll look at the dimensions of compassion in a moment. So let's talk about the role of karma and interdependence. And take it off screen for just a moment. So karma, very simple word, but a very difficult concept. Karma is technically defined as action. This is what this Sanskrit word means, is action. And by action, we don't just mean things we are doing physically or verbally. That's a dimension of our karma. But we also mean our thoughts, okay? Kind of where it all starts. Got the slide up there. That's not where I'm quite talking yet, but nonetheless, karma is the force by which all beings experience whatever it is that they are experiencing. And it does flavor even how we experience those things and how we react to those things and what goes on in our life. So karma is this underlying principle that's guiding all sentient beings in terms of their actions and behavior. Their thoughts, that is where everything starts, and that's again the real root of karma. And then how we speak from that place of our thoughts, and how we act with others physically from that place of our thoughts. But it all begins with our thoughts. So again, is why the Buddhist workshop is the mind, and really looking at our own minds and being attentive to our own minds and addressing all of that. But karma is the mechanism by which sentient beings have experiences and then, of course, respond more effectively to those experiences so that we can change our experiences. That's one of the big goals of Buddhism, is to make it kind of us realize that we're in control, we're in charge. It's just this wonderful article that I read last night that a friend of mine alerted me to at The Guardian on Venerable Rabina. Many of you know Venerable Rabina, and kind of she was emphasizing that point in this short little teaching that she gave in this article, that, we're the boss. We're the boss, other people aren't the boss. we're in charge of our own minds. The lesson of karma is that you're the creator of your own experience. And of course, we're the creator eventually of these more uh, elevated experiences, of experiencing liberation from all of this, of experiencing Buddhahood. You're the creator of that. Venerable Rabina in that article also pointed out that we find it kind of interesting when we determine, for example, you're going to become a great piano player or pianist, and you're going to engage in all the activities for that. It's something you have to do yourself, right? And that it takes your diligence and your determination and getting through all the pain and difficulty of pounding the ivories and doing everything to learn the music and learn all the things that you need to know to be proficient at playing the piano. But for some reason, when it comes to our personal life and what we experience, we think it has nothing to do with ourselves and our mind. We put all the onus outside of ourselves. If we really understand the dimension of karma from our own point of view, that karma is the instrument by which we are in various situations, and we then create karma through how we react and respond to those situations, then we can have some space for looking at others. Why? Because they also are working with their own karma. Everyone is under the control of this fundamental principle. When I first had quite a set of teachings on karma back in California, I had a conversation with my father on this one weekend, and I called my parents, and my father said, "Oh, what have you been up to?" And I said, "Oh, I've been attending teachings on karma." And he says, "Karma? What's that all about?" He'd never heard of this concept. And so I explained karma to my father, and I probably didn't do a very good job, but nonetheless, after he heard about it, he goes, "Wow, I'm glad I don't believe in that." And there is that kind of, it takes a lot to have a conviction in karma. I might mention that Venerable Rabina emphasizes frequently that belief shouldn't really be the key. We're not talking about believing in karma. We're talking about using it as our working hypothesis, using it as how we live our lives. And if we are guided by the idea that we create what we experience through our own thoughts and behaviors that follow from those thoughts, then we're much more attentive to what we do. So the act of forgiving ourselves and forgiving others is a karma. It is an action. It's started with our thoughts, as we're going to be focusing on today, but it also manifests oftentimes in our speaking with others or physically doing things for others, buying somebody flowers who you've offended, for example, so that they feel better and are, showing some, again, act of apologizing. So there is that dimension to karma in terms of understanding that we are in the driver's seat, we are making the decisions, we are the ones that are forming our own experiences, but to also have the understanding that others are involved in that way. Everyone else is caught up in this very intricate net of karma. That gets into the concept of interdependence. We are connected to each other, and karmically, when there are people in our lives who offend us or who we offend through perhaps again our own experiences with them, that is showing that there's some sort of karmic connection there. The people who we have in our lives are not there just randomly. I don't know where they can kind of sensing the temperature of people in the room on karma, because karma again is a difficult concept. I can't prove it to you. If I could prove it to you, then it would be absolute conviction from the beginning, right? If you could actually be proven that that's the reality. And karma isn't the thing that happens immediately. Like if I go to step on an ant, my foot is coming down on the ant, and then there's like a huge foot coming down on me, I'd get it right away. I'd be like, okay, I'll stop. But we don't see it because it takes place over time. What we are experiencing now is the product of our past karma, and it can be even past lifetimes. What we are going to experience in the future will be the product of that, but moreover, also the product of what we do in response to what we are experiencing. So the karmic dimension and the interdependent dimension, that we are interconnected with others in this world. Nobody stands isolated absolutely alone, but rather we are part of this web of interconnectedness. Then we have to recognize that this is the workshop where we have to work on our karma, to develop different ways of, I like to use this differentiation of reacting to things versus responding to things. I know it's not quite delineated as such in the dictionary. We have what we call our habitual reactions. That's karma. Why do you react in a particular way to something happening? Why do you get impatient and angry when kind of the slightest thing happens that somebody does? Maybe there's like one person and just the way that they say something to you, you immediately are just like really angry and upset. That's a karma. That's something we've conditioned ourselves to experience. That's a habitual reaction. And sometimes those things aren't necessarily even that thought out because the karma is so strong. We just go to that place. I kind of use the analogy of it's like a groove we created in our mind. So the groove gets wider and wider the more that we go there. And so that we fall into the groove really easily. There's just more room for us to go into it. That can be changed though. Again, I love how Western science has shown that we have, with regard to this brain, neuroplasticity, which means that the brain will change on the basis of our behavior and thoughts. And of course, some of what we do physically in the brain does have an effect on our mental landscape, but these are two phenomena acting in tandem with each other. The brain being the physical support of a lot of cognitive processes with this human body, but then our mind being the main driving force that is determining what's all going on in the brain and what sorts of patterns we create in our brain. And I like to call that response. I think it's Viktor Frankl, who I quoted the other night, who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, who has this quote about kind of how, in the end, this is the one freedom that we all have. Of course, when he was in the concentration camps, this was the freedom that he recognized in himself. The freedom to choose one's response to suffering and to what goes on in one's life. We have the freedom to choose. We just are influenced heavily by our past actions. So there is no such thing as an angry person. There's a person with anger who has used that often enough to make that their go-to response when things happen to them that they don't like. So everything can be changed within the dimension of karma because those habitual reactions just need to be substituted with healthier responses. And a healthier response to things happening to you is the mind of forgiving, which is rooted in more stable states of mind, a more peaceful mind, compassionate mind, loving mind. All right. So again, the concept of karma and interdependence, that we're sort of in this web of interconnectedness, dealing with a variety of things, kind of, having to contend with this karma that ripens into various experiences that we don't have a lot of control over. But we then have control in the moment of choosing how we're going to respond to that. And that will create different karma for the future. I think that's a wonderful dimension about Buddhism, is nothing's cast in stone. Just everything is a lesson. Everything is a learning opportunity. I have this person in my life saying these things, doing these things. I can learn from that. I can grow from that. I can actually respond more effectively to that, rather than doing the same thing I did before and just experiencing the same result again and again, right? That's the definition of insanity. I don't know who said it. I think I see different people attributed, as the person who came up with that quote. Ben Franklin was one. I was like, I don't know if old Ben thought of that, but insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So Buddha would say, absolutely, we're all insane. Join the club. We're all, insane people on this bus. And we just have not learned how to work with these deluded minds, these crazy minds that we have. So karma is a wonderful dimension of this. It gives us a real definite understanding of what's happening. I want to share a little quote. This one is a little hard for some people to get their heads around. Master Shantideva, in his 6th chapter of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, that's the chapter on patience, working with a patient mind. That's also good to practice in tandem with forgiveness. But he says, just like the guardians of the hell worlds, there are these realms that are created through karma that are horrific suffering. And the forest of razor sharp leaves is another one of these sort of hellish realms. So is this suffering, whatever it is I'm experiencing, produced by my actions, my karma. With whom, therefore, should I be angry? Because this is the dimension we have to also understand when we are in the receiving end of harm from others. This is our stuff. We created this. I'm not saying it's 100% mine and the other person has nothing to do with it. The other person is doing their actions. Say they're, using really harsh language at me. I parked in a spot that they thought was theirs, and they get out of their car and they start screaming at the top of their lungs at me. I've created the karma to receive that type of harm. They are engaging in that type of harm. Again, why is it happening to me? Due to my karma. The fact that they are engaging in it means they're creating the karma. I could continue to reinforce that cycle of suffering if I choose. I could continue to react to them yelling at me, with me yelling at them, maybe even, raising my fist to them or doing something else, just keying their car or whatever. All that sort of interchange can just escalate from there, or even just keep cycling around. Or I can choose to detach myself from it. I can choose to say, oh, this is a perfect opportunity for me to be patient and kind and forgiving and to apologize. Maybe even to say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was your spot. And I'll happily go park somewhere else, let them have the spot. Parking spot is not worth it, folks. One of the first incidents of road rage, that I heard about when I was living in the Bay Area, down, I think it was in San Mateo, there was like a 7-Eleven, two cars coming for the same spot. One pulled in before the other one. And somebody lost their life. The guy pulled a gun out of his glove compartment and shot the other person over a parking spot, folks. So it doesn't have to be much to take us into that spiraling anger stuff. Again, the forgiveness is the opportunity we always have. Maybe it won't be in the moment. Maybe we can't be so forgiving in the moment, but at least stop reacting in that habitual way of getting angry and upset when we don't have things go our way. It's not that big a deal, most things. Yeah, Graciela.
I was thinking that it's the trigger.
The trigger,
And,
yeah.
Most of us, or I speak for myself,
Mhm.
sometimes don't know what my triggers are. So
Mhm.
they come,
Mhm.
and I was thinking that it's so important to pay attention.
Sure.
What are my triggers,
Mhm.
so that I don't get the gun out? Because
Exactly.
first thing I had to trigger something.
Yeah. 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 No, that's a very good point. I think it is worth having some knowledge of what our own triggers are and to be sort of prepared for that. That's why, again, everything that I'm going to be emphasizing as we go through forgiveness, the idea that it is mostly meditation that we're talking about doing. It can also be other behaviors. But with regard to fighting anger, combating our anger and developing patience, it's meditation mostly that we have to do. And then from the place of that experience in meditation, try to be better in our interactions with others when we do get triggered. But obviously, it has to start with doing that inner work of investigating these things and seeing what is it that really gets me. That is like, because we might be experiencing a lot of our day where we don't come into contact with that trigger. We might start deluding ourselves and think, I'm actually really pretty patient because, I can deal with this and I can deal with that and it's all perfectly fine. But then when that one thing comes into play, then we totally lose it. So be aware of that and play it out in your own meditation. Imagine meeting that trigger, seeing what it's like to be with that, recreate that experience, not to, stir up all the emotions, but to see how you have a choice at that time. We had that quote earlier that said, forgiveness is a choice. Patience is a choice. Any positive state of mind is a choice, but you're not going to necessarily choose it unless you become familiar with it. Recall that the word for meditation in Tibetan, you may have heard this before, is gom. The root word for it essentially means to become familiar. That's what we mean by meditation, is to become familiar. Everyone does meditation, think, oh, I want my meditation time so I can be relaxed and de-stress and whatever. That's the side effects of meditation. Why do you meditate? To become familiar with your own mind and with the positive states of mind that you want to embody. So meditation is a key component of all of this. Do your work every day to work with, if this is particularly a trigger that you meet frequently or that you want to be better prepared to meet so that you don't pull your gun out of the glove compartment or what have you. Well, then you need to work with that. And then you'll be better prepared when you meet it. You'll actually have something to draw from. You go, oh, this is that thing I've been meditating on. I'm ready for it now. Are you going to say something, Jen? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So again, that quote had to do with the whole idea that, everything is a product of our own karma. So when we have an experience with something negative coming in that we have to endure, we recognize that it's our own stuff that's a part of that. So why should we be angry with the other person if we also sort of set up the target? Karmically, we set up the target to be triggered by that. That comes into our life and we go, okay, this is a joint thing happening here. This person doing that from their side, but me having the karma to receive that. And karma is that personal. Rinpoche emphasizes this. If you are interacting with somebody who's harming you, you must have harmed them in the past. Maybe not this lifetime. Maybe they're a total stranger. They're the guy in the parking lot that you never met before. You have no idea who they are. Maybe they're even from out of state or something. You never meet them again. There's some karma there, something that happened in the past that's ripening into that.
The conditions
Mhm,
have ripened to create that
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you accept that,
Mhm.
then hopefully you can be a little calmer about it.
Yeah. Yeah, as Patty's pointing out, all the conditions have come together for that karma to come into fruition now, and you get to experience that. Of course, one of the thoughts that we can have right then is, oh, good, this is coming to fruition. So I'm kind of, in a sense, I use the term sometimes purifying it, but it means it's going to be exhausted. That karmic seed will have created it and it'll be gone. So
And then you can create a better kind of experience.
absolutely. And that's the key point too, is to say, how do I more healthily respond to this? Even if you can't express, take it back off screen. I've got poor folks at home, they hear me talking and they're just having to watch the slide. But, if we actually look at it from the point of view, if we have the opportunity here to create something that will be beneficial for ourselves and beneficial for others, you might not have the ability to do that in the moment, right? That person's screaming red-faced right in your, right there. You might not be able to be compassionate and kind towards them in the moment. At least just don't do anything. Don't say anything. Try to keep those sort of doors closed. And then maybe, as you're sitting quietly digesting all this, rather than having the thoughts that we tend to have, which is, oh, that guy was such a jerk, and I can't believe he did that, and it's so unfair that he did this, and why did he do it to me? And da da da. Instead of all that language in your head, say, wow, that was a suffering sentient being. Point out another thing. This is fresh in my mind from having read this article last night with this interview with Venerable Rabina. She says, for example, when she saw Donald Trump, and I'm not getting into politics, and we have different feelings about Donald Trump, no doubt, but she says, when I see Donald Trump, I go, Donald Trump has a lot of pride. I see my own pride. Donald Trump has a lot of anger. Oh, I see my own anger. We use others as a mirror to see our own stuff. In fact, as they always say, if you didn't have these things in yourself, you wouldn't be able to recognize them in others. So why are we so quick to throw it all in their camp and say, well, you and your angry mind and whatever? We have anger too. We should be able to recognize that. So again, even if you can't do it in the moment, if you can't be compassionate and kind, as His Holiness often says, our goal should ideally to be as kind to others as possible. If we can't be kind in the moment, at least don't harm them. At least don't rub their face in it and do all these sorts of things that, are just going to create more conflict, more unease in our world. Okay, so that's the idea behind kind of karma, is you got this choice to see it as through the lens of, this is a karmic occurrence that is happening. Do you want to continue to have that karma and continue to experience things like that? Or do you want to be free of that? Okay, then also looking at these two quotes that are very similar. This is it's attributed to the Buddha, but I think actually there's a wonderful site called Fake Buddha Quotes. Where you can go like with those little memes or whatever that people put on Facebook, and it says the Buddha, you can go there and put it in. And oftentimes this guy's researched it. It's actually a monk who's researched a lot of the sutras and seen whether these are found. This is from a Buddhist teacher, but I don't think it's from the Buddha. I think it was like Buddhaghosa or someone like that, who was after the time of the Buddha. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned, right? This is the other dimension that we want to think about karma, or about our kind of karmic effects of being with our anger. It's like you're holding on to this thing with resentment, waiting to throw this hot coal at somebody. Well, who's being harmed at that time? You're carrying around this hot coal. You're just going to continue to, fester in your own angry, resentful, spiteful state of mind, and waiting for that person to reappear so that you can throw it at them. I mean, it's good not to throw it at them at all, but why even go through this process of damaging ourselves, harming ourselves? I found it really interesting that Augustine of Hippo said, resentment is like taking poison and hoping the other person dies.
That's a good one.
And it's a similar thought, right? We're poisoning ourselves, folks. This anger, resentment, it's not a healthy place to be. It doesn't feel good. I mean, I would say some people who get so acclimated to anger maybe do start to find it makes them feel kind of empowered in some weird sort of way. But does it really make you feel good? Do you sleep well? His Holiness often points to the faults of anger, and even physically, we do see that effect on our bodies. We don't sleep well. We don't have kind of a restful mind. You sit down to meditate. If you've been like had angry thoughts all day, well, then you're going to have a very hard time meditating. So recognize that you are also creating this sort of karmic effect on yourself through holding on to your own anger. And this is another quote from that same chapter of Master Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Hence, the enemy anger creates suffering such as these. But whoever assiduously overcomes it finds happiness now and hereafter. So this is kind of moving us into kind of not looking at just the karmic dimensions of this, but even, the idea of anger itself being problematic. And then later in that chapter, if when under the influence of disturbing conceptions, people will even kill their treasured selves, and some people do take their own lives out of their own disturbing thoughts and minds, how can they be expected not to cause harm to the bodies of other living beings? This is a rationale that Shantideva is giving for us to once more have that understanding of seeing it from the vantage point of others. If I myself, from under the control of my own crazy deluded mind, will harm other beings, be mean to them, say things that are resentful to them, well then why do I expect so many other people to be so kind and compassionate, when they don't necessarily even have the tools to work with? I mean, that's one of the things I often recall, and it's not coming from a place of superiority. It's just acknowledging the reality that most beings don't have a lot of tools to work with diminishing their own tendencies to be hurtful towards others. It's unfortunate. And I grew up Catholic, and in the Christian church, as you know, there's wonderful teachings of Christ. I think his teachings are amazing, the things he taught. But I was never given instruction on how to love your enemy, for example, or how to turn the other cheek. Somebody slaps you on your right and you give them your left. You're like, okay, slap here. I mean, that's a wonderful teaching to kind of put down in words, but how do you do that? This is one way to do that. If we have the understanding that the other person is under the control of their own garbage, and we recognize again that the garbage is different from the person. We're not saying it's all okay. I'm not by any means condoning that people harm others. That's not the message. The message is I can understand, I can have a rationale for why that person is harming others. Because they're under the control of their crazy state of mind, and therefore they lash out at others and do things that are ridiculous, that are only causing themselves harm and causing others harm. But guess what? That's me too, So why do I expect others to be so disciplined in what they do in the world, right? I think it's an unrealistic expectation. Yes, I mean, ideally, I want to hold the view that we should all become much better people and more compassionate and caring and kind, and hold some altruistic kind of ideals around that and helping others to all become that. That's what Buddhism is very much about too, but we're not there yet, folks. I mean, look, there's even more division in this country politically than there has been in decades, right? We're just kind of coming to some trying to figure out how we're going to work with this, how we're going to change this. Well, it takes individuals making a conscious effort to change that we're going to actually be able to affect it. So again, this is what we're working with, is the idea of having that understanding of where people are coming from. Karmically, they're under the control of their own stuff. Therefore, why would we expect them to be any differently? Instead, we have to be different. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, so that was the second one. I kind of moved into that very quickly, didn't really delineate it. We were looking at the faults of anger and hatred, going back, the role of karma and how things arise from our karma, and then the idea that there are great faults to anger and hatred. I mean, there are more that are set out in the text. I won't go into all of those, but know that we definitely, need to address our own anger. The third one is what I just started on here, the need for compassion. So again, if we see that others are in that state, rather than having the expectation that they're going to somehow be different, let's generate a compassion that understands where they're coming from. Why? Because, as I said, we see that we're in that place too. I mean, I'll be the first to admit in the room that I have still a lot of delusions in my mind, a lot of crazy thoughts in my mind. Gotten better at controlling them than what I was before, but, I'm not there yet. So why do I, again, expect others to be in some sort of different state? Instead, I should have compassion for them, because they're all under the control of their delusions. And as I said, most of them not even having the tools to work with their minds. I mean, imagine, again, I don't want to harp on Donald Trump by any means, but what can really cause you to have compassion for him is that it's obvious he has no way to control so much of what's going on in his mind. There's not a lot of room in there, it seems. There's the potential, because the Buddha says we all have the potential to become these amazing beings, like the Buddha himself, loving, compassionate, kind, wise, patient. He just doesn't have anything to work with. He doesn't have the instruction, just doesn't have, and I don't know who his guru is that, will eventually get through, and eventually kind of help him. May not be in this life, maybe further down the road, but there is that potential there. So I should have compassion for him and everything that he's done and everything that he is continuing to do. Yeah,
The teaching of we all have Buddha nature,
yeah, Buddha nature, exactly.
and that's the fifth big part
Mhm,
that we could all
mhm. Yeah,
aspire
Yeah.
to the change.
wonderful. Yeah, Buddha nature is really quite inspiring. It's good to have that recollection all the time with regard to ourselves first, because we see that we're not fixed in stone. We have the potential to change because our minds are fundamentally clear, fundamentally pure. It's just we have a lot of garbage in our minds, just like, again, the analogy I often use of dirt and water. The fundamental nature of water is clear. The dirt's just there adventitiously. If we remove the dirt through filtering it out, then the clarity of the water is right there. It always was there. It's just not manifest at that time. So the work of Buddhism is to recognize our own dirt and remove it so that we can be in that pure, pristine place of Buddhahood. And everyone has that potential, every being. Again, the Tibetan term for a sentient being is semchen. Sem means mind and chen means possessor. So this is a mind possessor. So if you're talking about a caterpillar or an ant or a hell being or whatever the case, human being, every one of them has a mind. They're a mind possessor. Every one of them has a mind that is fundamentally pure. Every one of them has the potential to purify that mind completely of all of the faults that are there at the time and achieve Buddhahood. Yes, Jeff.
Is Buddha not a mind possessor?
Well, a Buddha is a mind possessor, but we wouldn't put him in the term of sentient being. And it's just a way it's delineated that we would say sentient beings are everything on the other side of existence, all the way up to this high level bodhisattva that is almost to become a Buddha. Every one of those we call a sentient being. And then a Buddha is something different because a Buddha has removed everything that is tainting the mind. Yeah. So we'd still say they possess a mind, but we wouldn't call them mind possessor as it means sentient being in regard to that. Yeah.
Category of sentient being.
Yeah, the category of sentient being, exactly. It's just one of these fine points that they make in Buddhism. Sentient being is everybody else, and Buddhas are enlightened beings. And so we have enlightened beings and sentient beings. But it's not to say that they aren't sentient or that they don't have minds or any of that. When you're a Buddha, you have a mind, you have the perfect mind. Yeah, funny, were you good?
That's the aspiration.
Yeah. And of course, if we have that aspiration, as Pani's pointing out, that we want to be a Buddha for the sake of others, well, then that means we're dedicated to their happiness and welfare and to their freedom from suffering. So our lashing out at people who are being negative towards us is totally illogical. Why? Because we're dedicated to their welfare. So why should we harm them? Why should we continue to be in karmic patterns with them? Compassion makes so much more sense. Let me share a few quotes that emphasize this. So again, I've gone through these two other teachings that in Buddhism, the karma and interdependence, anger and its faults. Now we're looking at the need for compassion. Let's go to the next slide. This is a wonderful quote from the Dalai Lama. When we think of a person who creates a lot of suffering in our own land, you can fill in the blanks. Usually frustrations, anger, hatred come. So here it's very useful to make a distinction between the action and the actor. I've mentioned this already today, but His Holiness really emphasizes this almost every time he teaches on the whole idea of karma and working with others, compassion. Although we totally oppose their action, their activities, we always can keep compassion, to not develop hatred towards the person, and on that basis to develop forgiveness. Okay? Because forgiveness is an act of compassion. It's an act of compassion towards ourselves and an act of compassion towards others. It's wanting to resolve whatever suffering and difficulty we might have with others, from others, and to do it from a place of compassion. So, I really like this quote because it really does get to the heart of the matter. And I think this is a hard thing for people because again, it's a little, let me give you my orientation on this. And again, I've never heard a Tibetan Buddhist teacher say this, but in some way, I want to hold the view that given the circumstances, given the conditions, every being is doing the best that they can in that moment. Like, if I go to, I hate to use Donald Trump again, if I go to Donald Trump, he's doing the best that he can in that moment, given all the causes and the conditions that have led him to be the type of person he is right now, influenced with states of mind that he has right now. All right. I mean, Joe Biden's the same. I could put to Joe Biden and say Joe Biden is a product of his own causes and conditions, and he's doing the best that he can, given everything that has influenced him to look at life in a particular way and what have you. The footnote to that quote, that everyone's doing the best that they can, is, and they have the potential to do so much better. Because we're not going to sort of let everybody completely off the hook in the sense. We're going to say, yeah, you could be so much better. That's kind of the compassionate response, is to say, this isn't a being who is fixed in this mold of only being Adolf Hitler, or only being, Pol Pot, or only being these, figures we have from history that we see as kind of evil incarnate. They are not evil incarnate from their own side in some sort of fixed, static way. They're a dynamic being that will change over time, that can change over time. And that's the separation His Holiness is making. He's going to say, here's the person, here's the being, and they have this amazing potential to achieve unbelievable qualities. And here's their actions. And we can oppose their actions, and we can say these actions should not be done in this world. They harm others. They do cause difficulties and problems. And that's the viewpoint. But forgiveness and compassion allows you the space to be able to be in that kind of holding that person in that light, and acknowledging that their actions are simply a product of all of that. Again, they can change that, and hopefully we can be an agent of changing it. So like I said earlier, I think that there can be a dimension where our forgiving of others and our seeking forgiveness of others can actually help them as well in their process of awakening. All right. Okay, we've got about 20 minutes left till our lunch break. Let me see what I'm able to cover on this. Go into another point that we will make about compassion from Thich Nhat Hanh. Thich Nhat Hanh unfortunately passed away not that long ago, earlier this year, I think in April. Forgiveness will not be possible until compassion is born in your heart. Even if you want to forgive, you cannot forgive. So again, maybe we don't get teachings on forgiveness so much in Tibetan Buddhism because compassion is the root of that practice of forgiveness. But I do think it's another dimension of our forgiveness. But absolutely, we have to have compassion. If we're talking about forgiveness for ourselves that we're going to go into shortly, then we absolutely have to have compassion for ourselves. We have to see ourselves in the light of us being a sentient being that is suffering and under the control of our karma and delusions, and be willing to look at our own situation clearly. But we also have to experience, compassion for others, and then we can have some space for forgiveness. So I like how this is rooted, again, in a very Buddhist perspective. I don't know that every spiritual tradition, or even in a secular way, when we talk about forgiveness, that it has to be rooted in compassion from their perspective. And I haven't done that full analysis to know whether that's so. And maybe it's even a very individual within those traditions. But I like this orientation that Thich Nhat Hanh has, that it is, essential to our forgiving to have compassion for others and for ourselves. Let's go see if we can get at least into the beginning of looking at these practices, because this is really the meat of today. What I want to share with you today is the practice of first generating forgiveness for yourself. And again, this can be entirely within the confines of your meditation. That's all it's meant to be, right? Because it's you and yourself sitting on your cushion, working with forgiving yourself. Secondly, asking forgiveness of others. And I've added here again the apologizing, because I'm encouraging you to look at that possibility. And then cultivating forgiveness for those who have hurt or harmed you, which also can have that external dimension when we actually forgive others. So let's go into these again, based very much on the handouts that you have. And some of the points that I'm making that we go through will be in the handouts. I might mention, let me just pull up the handouts for a moment. I've got those loaded on the computer here too. All of these revolve around this forgiveness meditation. I was hoping we'd have enough time to do one or two of these. We'll see. Just with the 4 hours today, I may not have time to do that. Again, indebted to Jack Kornfield. I modified this really, really slightly, edited it just a tad for our use, but it came from Jack Kornfield's website, Forgiveness of Others, Forgiveness of Yourself. So again, there's some instructions there to begin with about kind of the preliminaries of sort of getting into the space where you engage in this meditation. And then he gave some brief instruction about generating forgiveness for yourself. And I'm going to go through those. What I've done on my little handout that I put together, Notes on Forgiveness Meditation, is kind of talking about what is self-forgiveness and why do I need to forgive myself and how do I forgive myself and all this stuff, kind of giving you a little more context so you can look at it, and then talking about some steps in this, because even though Jack Kornfield does a wonderful job with that meditation, I think it's worthwhile to talk more detailed about, well, what exactly are we doing when we're getting into that place of forgiving ourselves, for example. So I just wanted to say that before we carry on doing this. So again, a lot of the points that are going to be on the screen, you also have on handouts. Whoops, why did it do that? I clicked stop share. Sometimes that clicker doesn't work. There we go. That should work. It's not working. Why is it not coming up on my screen? It's coming up on your screen. That's so weird. So I can't advance the slides. Maybe I'll try this one. That's the one. Maybe I have to share. No, that's not doing it either. See, I'm getting that and it's up on there. Maybe if I go out of that and remove that, because I don't necessarily need to look at it again.
No.
Okay,
So what
let
are
me
you trying to
try
share?
that.
Oh, no,
Now it's there. Okay. Yeah, I just wasn't getting this. I was getting the PDF file when I shared it, but it was up there and I think they were seeing it too, probably. I don't know. I don't know what they were seeing. Okay.
let's see the slide, 'cause I think
Yes, we were seeing it.
Okay. All right. So let's go through this, what we can before the lunch break in this 15 minutes about this process of generating forgiveness for yourself. What is self-forgiveness? Oh, I didn't ask if there were questions. Are there questions on what I covered on the Buddhist perspective on forgiveness? Anything? Clear enough? Okay. All right. So
what is wrong with forgetfulness? I would think that that would be like ultimate forgiveness. To forget.
I mean, it's an interesting point Jack is raising about, what is wrong with, we've got this on the slides later about forgiving does not mean forgetting, but we already did mention it in one of the earlier slides. How maybe kind of forgetting might be the ultimate forgiveness at some level. I mean, I think there's something very noble if one is able to not even be offended in the first place, which would, of course, be an ideal maybe we could aim for, so that when something is being done to us, I remember that very touching story that His Holiness often tells about one, I don't know if it was a monk or Tibetan man, that, but someone Tibetan who had come out of occupied Tibet, and he had been in the Chinese prisons for many years. And His Holiness was asking him, well, did you experience a lot of danger while you were in that situation? And he said, oh, yes, a lot of danger. And he said, well, could you elaborate? Tell me a little bit more about what you experienced. And he said, oh, yeah, every day I was in danger of losing my compassion for my captors. And I was like, well, when you hear that, we just like get blown away. Like, that's not what I'd be thinking about if I was in a Chinese prison. My sole thought would be on how more miserable and horrible this is. And I'd probably be angry at the people who were doing this to me. I wouldn't be worried and feeling in danger of losing my compassion towards them. But this shows the depth of this man's practice, right? That he was able to be there. Well, maybe even in his mind, he wasn't really even taking any offense at their harm. He was using it as grist for the mill for his spiritual practice. So maybe in some ways that's kind of a unique form of forgetting, because it's simply saying this person never wronged me, because whatever they did to me, I took it as an aid, a boon to my practice. Well, again, I'm not there, but that's a spiritual goal, a spiritual ideal, is to be at a place where we don't take those things in that light. And of course, to get us there, we do need those other teachings. We do need to say, hey, I'm a co-creator of this experience. It's my own karma as to why I'm in that prison and being tortured and what have you. But then to eventually generate the thought that what this person is doing to me is the best thing for my spiritual practice. It's deepening my compassion, challenging me to really go outside of the bounds of what I'm normally going to be reactive to. So I think your question raises a good point. At some point, it does start to transcend a lot of that. I think this teaching is put out there of saying forgiving doesn't mean forgetting, because I think in our sort of life that we lead, there is that mindfulness we need to have, which is to be holding that awareness that yes, this person does do that. This person is behaving that way. Not that they're fixed that way, but that might be a caution for us, right? Because if we don't feel the spiritual strength to be able to be with them like that monk in the prison and take it all and make it all part of our practice, maybe it is good to have that recollection, just to say, oh yeah, that's the person who did that. I'm not going to hold them as fixed in that way, and maybe there's some room for some change, but perhaps it's best for me to avoid that for the time being, to remember that they're the ones who did these things. So anyway, this is the idea behind it, is kind of to, give us a little space for recognizing that there is that dimension to it. But it is interesting because both the Archbishop Desmond Tutu and His Holiness, when they talked about forgiveness in the Book of Joy, they very much emphasize this point that it doesn't mean forgetting. But I think there's limits to that. And we don't want to go so far as to say, my not forgetting that you did this doesn't mean that you're always going to do it, or that you're fixed in that sort of way of being, because they aren't. I mean, again, Archbishop Desmond Tutu dealt with a lot of things around forgiveness in the whole Truth and Reconciliation commission that he was involved with in South Africa after apartheid, and being able to be very much involved in bringing the offended parties and the offenders together in the same room and work with what does that reconciliation look like? You have to speak to the truth of that, of what happened. You can't just brush it under the rug and say, oh, no, this injustice never occurred. I think that's a part of the not forgetting too. But it's also, as a culture, it was important for them to remember that this happened so that they don't go back to that, which I've heard is actually happening in a lot of parts of South Africa. And it happens in other countries, where people engage in similar behaviors towards, minority populations and what have you, suppressed populations, oppressed populations. So anyway, I agree with you at some level that the ultimate might be for us to not even be offended, and where there's nothing to forget because we simply don't consider it an offense.
It's like currently, Queen Elizabeth Classic, that creates a whole lot of stuff for a lot of people around the world who experience colonialism and trying to deal with that, and yet have a forgiving or a compassionate heart.
Yeah, colonialism is another force in our world. Patriarchy. There's so many different forces that have been involved with creating harm and suffering at certain times in certain places, and a lot of healing that needs to be done from that. But when we see it again, the individual from that perspective of nothing is fixed, everything is workable, everything is something we can do something about.
And I grew up in one of those countries.
Did you? Yeah.
And when she passed, my initial thought went back to when I saw her as a young person. Having that memory.
And we have to recognize that none of us are perfect in our actions. I'm sure even somebody like Mother Teresa that many people idolize, I did hear a lot of things that people raised about her and how she ran things, at her clinics and things and what have you. It just gives you pause maybe, but you recognize that we are all works in progress. We all need to kind of be attentive to that. So, okay, so let's go forward with just a little bit more before our lunch break. We're on this idea of what is forgiveness, self-forgiveness. Let's take a look at what the definition, again, these are also on your handout. Seeing faults clearly, taking responsibility for them with remorse and making amends, and then coming to peace about them. This is what I mean by forgiving yourself. Rick Hansen, some of you perhaps have read some of Rick Hansen's books. He's published a number of them. The Buddha's Brain, I think, is the one he's known for. But essentially, this is what we mean. We want to be able to see our own faults clearly and to take responsibility with some level of remorse or regret. One of the things that happens when we start turning things in on ourselves, though, is guilt, right? when we talk about any of these processes of working with wrongdoing, whether it be, on others' part, but primarily in regard to ourselves, we have to be real clear about what we're talking about here. Talking about taking responsibility. Taking responsibility is not guilt. It's not kind of looking at ourselves as being a horrible person, as having all of these, faults only, and we see ourselves in that negative light. It's just acknowledging once more from a Buddhist perspective, as we saw earlier, that we are a suffering sentient being under the control of our own karma and delusions, and frequently stepping in it. We just do it all the time. We just open our mouths and things come out that we know are not the right thing to say, but we still say them. We do things that are not the right thing to do, but we still do them. But we can take responsibility and say, okay, this is me working on my mind. One point I was going to make as a follow-up to what I said earlier is that little thing about everyone's doing the best they can in, footnote, but they have the potential to do better. Is that also this gives, I don't want to say it lets you off the hook entirely, because one of the things that happens with us is that as we gain more knowledge of Buddhism, ideally we should be more in control of our minds, more in control of our behavior on the basis of that. So it doesn't mean that we should feel more guilt when we don't have that, but we should still recognize that we need to take greater responsibility. Because as I was saying, when we look at others, they don't even have these tools necessarily. They don't necessarily have the array of things that Buddhism teaches to be able to work on their own minds. But we do. They often talk about how maybe the fault even becomes greater if we have all this knowledge, but we don't use it. If we know that, we are the creators of our own karma and we, need to be attentive to our own states of mind, but we just neglect to do that out of our own laziness or our own whatever. So I'm not trying to put another heavier thing on you, but I do think that we as Buddhist practitioners, whatever level of practitioner you consider yourself to be, or even if you don't consider yourself Buddhist, but you're just trying to work with Buddha's teachings from a secular point of view, it gives you another level of responsibility. It means that, okay, now I've got that knowledge about how I should ideally be practicing being patient and compassionate and kind. Well, then try to live up to that. Maybe consider yourself in a slightly different category than everyone else that you're looking at. Those others that you're looking at, you can have that understanding. They're doing the best that they can, given their conditioning. But you've got different conditioning. You've got things that are trying to influence you to be a better being in this world. So again, don't put yourself through the ringer, but just always recognize that that's the tension we always have, is kind of being accepting of where we are at the moment, but also challenging ourselves to go further in the future, to really keep moving forward. Otherwise, our Buddhist practice becomes very stale and becomes almost non-existent, right? If you're not continually every day going, how can I improve the quality of my mind? How can I improve how I am with others and, acting in the world? And you will have times where it feels like, 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. I mean, that's a given. There's this wonderful little graphic that was 2 different shots. I guess it was like this, actually vertically. Can bring it maybe at another time to share it. But there was like this woman and the thing saying, my view of other people's spiritual path. And their spiritual path was like this, like a continual incline. Like you start off really lousy and you just get really, really good and kind of transcend into the blissful state or something. And then her view of her own path, though, was like, all over the place. But everybody's path is like this. I mean, don't think that it's supposed to be this ideal of like, oh, I just keep growing and growing and everything becomes more wonderful and wonderful. And then I just blossom into this amazing Buddha. It's all going to be all over the place. So you have to have different recognitions is what I'm pointing out. I'm kind of giving you a little food for thought. Recognize our spiritual path isn't going to be neat and tidy. We're going to have to struggle with things. But the general thing should be an incline. We should generally be getting better over time. So we can hold ourselves to a slightly different standard, but nonetheless, take responsibility for what we have done that has been harmful to ourselves and harmful to others. So again, that's what we're talking about this in terms of self-forgiveness, coming to peace about them. It says here, making amends, again, if we can physically do that or verbally do that, that's wonderful, but mentally making amends, kind of treating ourselves with kindness and compassion. So we come to some peace in ourselves at the things that we've done that have been harmful to others or to ourselves. Of course, if they've been others involved, that's where we're going to get into the next dimension of the healing practice of forgiveness. So, why do I need to forgive myself? You might think, well, it seems like an unnecessary step. It actually is a vital step. And I know it's hard for people. Jack Kornfield says, finding a way to extend forgiveness to ourselves is one of our most essential tasks. Just as others have been caught in suffering, so have we. I mean, if we look at the whole thing of the Buddhist path, I'm going to pause it here and read the other quote in a moment. If we look at the whole Buddhist path that is taught in this tradition, it's always about working with yourself first. Always about having compassion for yourself first before having compassion for others. I've mentioned this previously in one of my other talks here. John Wellwood, Buddhist psychiatrist, psychologist probably, he talks about spiritual bypassing. You know, when many of us come to this wonderful tradition of Tibetan Buddhism that really emphasizes compassion, and you know, hear His Holiness say all these amazing things about compassion for others and all that. I came to these teachings from that vantage point. You know, I really was stirred by these thoughts of compassion for other beings and seeing their suffering and wanting to do what I can to alleviate it. But I hadn't looked at my own garbage and my own suffering and my own stuff. That's how the spiritual path is set out in Buddhism. And you know, the Lam Rim, what we call the stages of the path, Lam meaning path, and Rim meaning steps or graded. The idea being that it sort of is sequential. We have to go through some sequential process. The sequential process we start with is looking at our own stuff, looking at our own situation, having compassion for ourselves, because we're suffering beings, folks. When we generate the mind of compassion towards others, it's on the basis of having seen our own suffering clearly. So if we're ever going to have genuine forgiveness towards others, we have to have forgiveness towards ourselves. So if we look honestly at our life, we can see that the sorrows and pain that have led to our own wrongdoing. In this, we can finally extend forgiveness to ourselves. We can hold the pain we have caused in compassion. Without such mercy, we will live our own life in exile. This is another dimension of it, right? You know, that kind of is this extension to ourselves to help relieve our own kind of the situation of us having caused pain to others, of us having been an instrument of that for others, complicating their lives, what have you. We have to have mercy for ourselves. Mercy is another wonderful word. It's actually often used as a translation for another word that is sometimes translated as compassion in Tibetan, sewa. But mercy means that genuine being okay with the reality that we have caused harm to others. Not that it's good that we do that, but we can be all right that we have done that under the control of our own crazy stuff, right? We see ourselves as a suffering being like everyone else, doing these things out of our own ignorance, out of our own delusion. But without such mercy, as he says here, we'll live our own life in exile, kind of our own prison that we've formed around ourselves. I know it's hard to forgive ourselves. And I mean, certainly, I haven't worked that extensively with, for example, women who've had abortions. I know that a lot of people go through a lot of difficulty when they've had abortions and trying to heal from that and to reconcile that, especially you come into Buddhism and you might hear certain things about Buddhist idea of consciousness entering in at conception, and you might start having different thoughts about what was going on there. And but, you know, if you don't work through those sorts of things, I've found, whether it be abortion or whether it be other things you've done in your life that, you know, have caused some level of harm, it's, you know, going to live our life in this sort of prison that we've created by only looking at it from that perspective and feeling bad about ourselves, again, feeling guilt, all those sorts of things that are not what we're talking about here at all. Talking about the space for being kind of accepting of ourselves in our own faults, recognizing our own, you know, things that we do that are just, again, problematic, but we're not that way. We recognize that we too are beings that have the potential to change. So it's all done within the space, again, of these teachings that I mentioned earlier. Any comments on that? Maybe all we have time for before we, I don't think there's a slide for this. Yeah, how do I forgive myself? This is where we'll start in the afternoon. Any questions from anyone online? Okay, not seeing anything. Again, if you ever do have a question that comes up, put up your little hand sign under the reactions, the raise hand, and then I'll try to get to you, or you can put something in the chat box. I usually see the chat box thing a little easier because I can't see all of you on the screen at one time. So unless I change the view here, which I guess I could do, but. All right, so we're going to have a little lunch break of about an hour. Okay, so welcome back, and let's just set our motivation again, just refresh our motivation. We won't do a full meditation, but just sit quietly and get back in touch with that ideal motivation that we want to have for all of our Buddhist work, which is the idea that we do develop ourselves, cultivate our own qualities, but we do that within the intention of being able to better benefit others. Right now, we're just simply not qualified enough to help others to the degree that we would like. So every time we do our spiritual practice, it's with that aim of becoming more qualified, becoming more capable. Through working on ourselves, we want to attain the state where we can ideally help others in that state of Buddhahood and lead them to attaining that same goal. And that's the motivation we want to bring to these teachings this afternoon. Okay, so again, we were working with self-forgiveness, and the idea being that we have to start with ourselves, have to learn to have a genuine, heartfelt kind of response to our own difficulties that we've engaged in, and a recognition again of where that all comes from. This is all going to come into play in these thoughts that I'm sharing for how to do this meditation. So how I'm going to proceed on this is I'm going to go through the steps that I've put together here that are part of how do I forgive myself. And then we'll go through briefly the actual kind of meditation. And so that way we won't do it maybe as a formal meditation because I don't know that we have time for all of that. But just know that tomorrow morning I'm leading the meditation from 10:15 to 10:45. And I will do at least one of these, maybe the first one, generating forgiveness for ourselves. We'll do that as part of tomorrow morning's meditation. So again, the first step in all of these tends to be, when we're talking about forgiving, is we have to think about those actions that we're either going to forgive ourselves for, in this case, or we're going to forgive others for. So reflect on how you have not forgiven yourself fully for any of the three types of actions you have done that have harmed yourself and which have also been harmful to others. And this is, again, the three types of actions. We often call this the three doors, three doorways through which we create karma. The first one is our physical actions. And sometimes, again, our actions do manifest where we do something bodily, to harm others, maybe steal from them or harm them physically through our own bodies. Then we have speech. This is probably the more common one through which we injure others. There's that old saying that I grew up with as a kid that sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. But at the same time, our speech is very, very powerful. And it's the main way that we actually harm others, I think, in our world. And it's also, of course, the main way that we can connect with others is through our speech. So being attentive to your speech is really important. I'm actually doing my final talk here next Tuesday night is on speaking from the heart and how we be attentive to our speech so we avoid unhealthy speech patterns. But the idea is that's probably one of the more common ways that we actually do interact. And by speech, I'm including in here texting and emailing and all the other things that we do that, are harmful perhaps to others. So we have to kind of extend it to not just be verbalizing things with our mouths. And then thoughts. So again, most of you are familiar with the sorts of things that traditionally fall into these categories. But I think we all know when we've been harmful to ourselves and others through those types of actions. So it is important to bring those to mind first. Then it's recommended to begin self-forgiveness with less significant things and work up to those that are heavier. Some of the work I've done in the prisons through Venerable Urbina's Liberation Prison Project, I have worked with some men who have taken the lives of other people. And it's great that they have some desire to come to Buddhism, but that's a pretty heavy thing to work with initially, right? To have actually killed another person. I mean, killing insects and things like that is bad enough in some ways, but, to have actually taken a human life. So, for somebody in that situation, I would encourage them to work up to that. There's really a strong need to have some forgiveness of oneself for having done such a and very detrimental act to have taken the life of another human being, which is kind of up there in terms of the karmas. That's kind of the most serious, or one of the most serious. So it is important that we work towards that. If you have much less significant things to start with, you get your mind around the concept of self-forgiveness, and then you can eventually work up to those. Now, admittedly, when you get to the big things and you are able to release some of that, it's hugely liberating for people. But, best to do it in a more kind of sequential way. As you do this practice, it says, appreciate your good qualities, especially your willingness to work with your own faults in this way. Once more, I think that kind of alleviates some of the negative tendencies we have when we start looking at our own stuff, the guilt and the stuff we lay on ourselves. Remember your good qualities as you're doing this too, that you have a kind heart, that you have a willingness to open up to the process of forgiveness and so on. I think that this is, an important part of it as well. So that's to be emphasized, certainly, is that we're going to do it from that perspective, recognizing that what we've done that has been harmful to ourselves and others doesn't define us. It's not who we are. It's just a piece of what we do. And we have many other good qualities that we would be good to be mindful of, be cognizant of. Acknowledge what you have already done in this life to learn and grow from those experiences of, forgiving yourself and trying to grow from things, So I think this is also important, Hopefully we've taken the lessons that we've been given in life and learned from them, but that's not always the case. But at least if we have that perspective now of the things that happen, that we do, that we engage in, may we be able to learn from that. May we be able to advance from that. So to have that kind of acknowledgement of how we've already done that. And some of you have been involved in Buddhism for many years, so you know that you've done a lot of work in your own healing process around the things that you've done in the past. Observe whatever feeling of forgiveness that arises in your heart, especially as we'll see in the meditation when you kind of do these affirmations towards yourself, these statements towards yourself. Observe what feelings of forgiveness come up, as well as thoughts in your mind and sensations in your body. Kind of be attentive to the whole experience. Because we do sometimes find, just like we talked about last Saturday with grief, that we often hold these things in our bodies as well. And there's kind of this somatic approach to things, and working with the body sometimes helps the mind, working with the mind helps the body, but you have to be aware of that interconnection and recognize again that this can happen. Some people can feel a sort of lightening, a less stress in their body as they go through a process of forgiveness. Engage in the practice as best as you can, even if it doesn't feel genuine at first. This is kind of the, fake it till you make it advice that I often hear in Tibetan Buddhism. It will become more authentic over time. So, almost to everything that we practice, it's like, it's okay if you're not getting it right from the beginning. If it doesn't feel genuine, you're saying these words to yourself, but they're not really hitting home. It will become more authentic over time. Just be willing to stay open to the process. And then conclude by reflecting on your own values and aspirations that you want to honor and uphold in the future, and establish a strong intention to continue in that direction. I'm going to introduce very briefly in a moment the purification practice. This is kind of like at the end of the purification practice, making a resolve not to do those sorts of actions again in the future. It sort of has that flavor to it, but it's getting back in touch with the values that we want to uphold throughout our lives, how we want to be in the world, so that we reaffirm all of that and we establish that intention to move in that direction. So that's the idea behind the practice. Let's go through the actual practice of that meditation. As I said, I'll do this tomorrow morning. I may have time to do more than just that one. Oh, I closed it. I've got to reopen that. Hold on one second. I hope I don't have the same problems. Let's see. Where? There it is. And healing for forgiveness. And I want to do this. Okay. So let me share the screen. So you may have that in front of you as well. This is the asking forgiveness. Oops, I went too far down. Asking forgiveness of ourselves. Generating forgiveness for yourself. That's what it's called. Okay. So these are the sorts of thoughts that Jack Kornfield recommends that you have when you're doing the actual meditation. You think there are many ways that I have hurt and harmed myself. That was again those thinking about the three doors, the three ways that we might have done that. I have betrayed or abandoned myself many times through thought, word, or deed, knowingly or unknowingly, through our strong intentions or through perhaps just again habit. Feel your own precious body in life. Let yourself see the ways you have hurt or harmed yourself. Picture them, remember them. Feel the sorrow you have carried from this and sense that you can release these burdens. Extend forgiveness for each one of them, one by one. Repeat to yourself. These are the affirmations that he includes in this meditation, but know that you've got complete license to be able to come up with what resonates for you. For him, it's to say to yourself, for the ways I have hurt myself through action or inaction, out of fear, pain, and confusion, I now extend a full and heartfelt forgiveness. I forgive myself. I forgive myself. So again, this is open for you to find what works for you, but this is where initially it might feel like you're just saying these words and you're not really feeling any forgiveness. But over time, it does become more powerful. Over time, we start opening our hearts to feeling that forgiveness. Might feel a little weird because it is a little circle where we are the ones that are being forgiven and we are forgiving ourselves. So it does feel like a little kind of in on itself, this whole practice. As I said, this is where it starts. We have to be able to feel that, being the recipient of that, and also to begin to give that before we can genuinely work with others on that forgiving of them. So any questions about the practice itself that's on the screen? It's pretty simple. I mean, it sounds really simple. That's why I added that additional kind of stuff that I went through, because I think it's good to have some thoughts about what else is kind of behind this. What is it that we're trying to incorporate in this? Some of it is stated, but I think some of it is also missing. So, all right, nothing. Let's go on to take a look at what else is on this topic of forgiving yourself. Oops, this one. Yeah, Anthony.
No, I'm just letting everyone know that the TV is going to stay on the slide. So if you're
Oh, it
sharing
will.
something, we won't be able to see it. So if you're in person, you can take part of it.
Yeah, let me, so we'll definitely do that when I do that.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
some reason, the first moment you share slides, it stays on the TV for the rest of the teaching.
But I don't know, so they didn't see what I was sharing just now
They
through
might
the
have seen
slides?
it. They might have seen it. I'm just saying for us.
Oh,
in
for
person.
us in the room.
Yeah, for us.
But see, I can't move the slides from there. That's the problem. So I have to close that.
No.
I think I'm gonna have to close it again and reopen it when I talk about it later. Or what I'll do is I'll just talk about it. We won't put it on the screen. That's okay. All right, so let me try sharing the screen now so that I can actually move the screens forward, slides forward. All right, so whoops, now I've got that showing. How do I get that out of there? This is too weird. Okay. So why is it so hard to forgive ourselves? This is what should be on your screen at home as well as here in the Gompa. So Ratnagosha, I don't know him. He's or her. I don't know. I assume it's a him, but it may be a her. He's in the Friends of Western Buddhist Order, which actually I think has changed their name since I put these slides together quite a few years ago. He says we need to forgive ourselves for not living up to our ideals all the time, while at the same time striving to live up to our ideals. This is what I was talking about earlier today, right? There's that tension between kind of forgiving ourselves for not quite being there, but also being kind of our own disciplinarian and wanting to make sure we keep moving there. So ideals are something to reach for, something to look up to, not something to beat ourselves up with. I think this is the important perspective we have to have with this. So while forgiving ourselves can be hard because we fall into that pattern of like beating ourselves up, having this sort of unkind mind towards ourselves, feeling guilty ourselves, what have you. It is important that we recognize the importance for a sort of balance in that, a balance between wanting to keep our spiritual practice moving forward, doing what we can to improve ourselves, and at the same time recognizing we're not there yet. We don't have to beat ourselves up with it. We're feeling kind of exhausted after we've done a self-forgiveness meditation, I don't think we're doing it right. We should actually feel much more nurtured, much more cared for by ourselves. I don't know, what are other people's thoughts on like why it's so hard to forgive yourself? I think we do have that thought that we're supposed to be better, we're supposed to be behaving better, but yeah, Gladys.
It can also be related to an adaptive behavior from our ancestors in terms of survival skills. If I don't forget this, I'll make sure that it doesn't happen again.
I mean, there could be that. There could be that kind of holding on to it as a lesson that needs to be retained, but yeah, I mean, definitely there's things that we're influenced by. I think sometimes we even get people around us perhaps that don't forgive us as easily, and so we feel like we can't let ourselves off the hook either. And there does have, I mean, that's not what self-forgiveness necessarily is completely letting ourselves off the hook, because once more, it's that balance of, yes, I did do these things and I need to forgive myself, but I too have to remember that I did that and avoid that in the future. You know, I do have to have that kind of, you know, but yeah, Jack.
It's almost like it's not really a thing, like,
Mhm.
you know, you only have to forgive. You know, forgiveness is something that you do for somebody else, not for yourself.
There could be that too, that, yeah, it feels like it's not really a necessary step. Something that, you know, is required of us to forgive ourselves.
I was thinking for Jack's point about we keep talking about forgetting, but maybe that's a large part of it. If you can't forget, so how can you forgive yourself if it was something that's painful? Because even if you try to forgive, it always comes back and it resurfaces. And I think someone mentioned this earlier. You thought, oh, I thought I figured this out, but it's painful again.
Right. Get back at that same place.
Always with ourselves too, as Anthony says.
Mhm.
We can't step away.
Yeah.
We can forgive somebody a distance and then step away from it.
But we're always-
We're always with ourselves. We're going to be ruminating over and over again. So,
Yeah, this is true. Brian's making a very good point. Yeah, because it's harder to forgive yourself because you're always with yourself. But when you're forgiving others, not usually with
Say
them all the
goodbye.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad I could forgive you. Glad we could get to that place, but I'm out of here. Yeah. I mean, I think it is interesting, but you know, I find this to be true of almost every Buddhist practice. You know, we emphasize self-compassion, we emphasize generating love for yourself. Most people don't like to go to that place of doing that for themselves. They just think it's just really hard. You know, we're in a culture too, I think, of people feeling like they need to be sort of self-sufficient and strong and all these things, and like they don't want to look at their own vulnerability and weakness. And this does involve doing some of that. Yeah.
That you're supposed to be this Philip of
Sure.
perfectness.
Yeah.
We all know the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Pani saying, yeah, that essentially, you know, that's a perception that others might have of us that we then lay on ourselves, even that society can have, that we're supposed to be this pillar of strength. And that's not always the case, you know. But this was one thing we talked about last Saturday as well, is that grief, you know, as well as forgiveness, these are both about acknowledging our own sort of weakness, vulnerability, that side of us that is not perfect, that is not doing everything all the time, right? So, yeah.
I keep having this experience over and over again, the work in progress. When I think or say something that I immediately catch my, oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't say that, or you shouldn't have that thought.
Mhm.
But I catch it, and I see that as a way of getting better each time. So try not to next time.
Right. And I think that's what we really need when it comes down to it, is what you're talking about, Pani, of sort of way of disciplining ourselves that works for us, that feels good for us, that doesn't feel oppressive for us, doesn't feel like a strict parent. There's another Buddhist writer, Cheryl Hoover, I think she's Zen. She wrote a book called Making Change for the Good. And in it, she talks about this concept, compassionate self-discipline. When most people talk about being self-disciplined, they think of that sort of strict parent type of thing, and that I need to sort of live up to all of that, or I'm a bad person. And again, it reinforces a lot of guilt. But if we have a compassionate self-discipline, it understands our situation, as we talked about earlier today, that we, like everybody else, is a suffering sentient being struggling with our own garbage, our own minds. We're trying to make a little progress here and there, wherever we can. So we just have to be kind to ourselves. This is where humor adds a lot to it as well. Like when we do see ourselves stepping in again, to be able to laugh at ourselves and go, "Oh, I did it again." Okay, I'm just trying, just struggling, and I'll get it better over time. Just keep doing the work. The answer is always just to keep doing the work.
I learned over time, it's all a practice,
Yeah,
just keep practicing.
yeah. It was interesting. One student said once, she said, I find that the saying we have of practice makes perfect. She says, in my estimation, practice just makes practice. Because
Yeah.
we shouldn't really think that it makes you perfect. And we do hold this view that when you become a Buddha, you're sort of this perfected being. But as a sentient being, there's always going to be some imperfection, and we just have to be willing to embrace that as part of who we are. Keep doing the work, but just practice makes practice. We just have to keep opening up to more practice. So, any comments from anybody in the Zoom room? Okay. All right, I think we may have one or two things to finish off on self-forgiveness. No, I think we're going on. That's right. Going on to asking forgiveness of others and apologizing. Again, the asking forgiveness of others side of it, yeah, I'm delineating that as different from apologizing because this is still in the form of meditation, where we want to be in that space where we are trying to work with ourselves within the idea of asking forgiveness of others that we have harmed. And, this is done purely as a visualization, whereas apologizing is where it actually does take form of me going to the person I've offended and apologizing for what I've done and trying to make good on that. Okay. So what is the nature of asking forgiveness of others and why is it necessary? Again, this is the first part of what we're going to go into on this. So asking forgiveness of others, or asking forgiveness from other beings, Gina Sharp, she's a Buddhist teacher, she says, is based not on shame or guilt or blame, but on recognition of what has happened, the ways in which ignorance or unawareness has worked in our lives that has led to our actions, our thoughts, or our words being the cause of someone else's unhappiness, sorrow, or suffering. So it's kind of acknowledging that while the first one tended to focus mostly on how have I harmed myself through my own behavior and seeking forgiveness for myself so I can heal from that. Here we're kind of giving that other dimension, which is that others are involved in what we think, sometimes, certainly what we say and do. All of those recipients of our unskillful actions, we need to have some cognizance of how they have been harmed by that. The ways in which kind of our own ignorance, our own unawareness has led to us doing that, as it says here. So again, I think that this is an important step in it as well. It's not necessarily entailed in the first one. Self-forgiveness is really about working solely in the domain of ourself. While yes, others may have been harmed by what we did, and that can give us impetus to work on ourselves, we're not thinking about those other beings and how they are kind of contending with what we have done that has been harmful, how we might need to heal that to help them in their process. Okay. Then Noah Levine, I know since I put these slides together, his organization sort of fell apart. There were some various allegations and things that happened there, but I always have this view of teachers, even if teachers have gone astray, then the teachings they gave are, if they were pure Dharma, then they're still there and still valuable. So I still use this quote. Asking forgiveness is an act of humility, generosity, and healing. I mean, we can certainly see you do have to humble yourself to actually go up to somebody and apologize, when it comes to that dimension. But even just to sit in the space of asking forgiveness of another can already reduce some of our pride and make us really feel much more in touch with our own faults and our own again, difficulties that we've created for others. Generosity, of course, being generous to the other person by extending an opportunity to acknowledge their pain and to be able to forgive us, hopefully, and healing. Again, when it's got that other dimension, but certainly even if working it with ourselves, it has that to it. Continuing, it says some level of regret will remain and should, but shame and guilt will eventually disappear. Shame and guilt are I find it interesting. I think I mentioned this in the previous teaching here. There is no Tibetan word for guilt. It just simply doesn't exist in their culture. It's a Western creation to some degree. I mean, I'm sure it's got other roots in other parts of the world, but we certainly know how to work with guilt. We have a really good grasp of guilt. Shame is another sort of thing. Sometimes we use this word as a positive mental factor when we have some sort of self-respect and we don't want to engage in something because of that. But shame as a sort of shaming ourselves and feeling bad about ourselves, it's kind of in line with guilt, is not really good. Those will eventually disappear as we work with asking forgiveness of others, even forgiving ourselves as we did in the first step. But as it says here, some level of regret will remain. I guess suppose we go back to that whole thing of not forgetting what others have done. Forgiveness doesn't necessarily entail that, but even forgiving ourselves also doesn't entail in some way forgetting what we have done. We should still have some regret that we behaved in ways that, again, weren't in line with our ideals and how we would like to be in the world. So again, I don't think there's any problem with that part of it. Through structured meditation, she says, we can train the heart mind to let go, to meet past pains. I'm sorry, there's Noah Levine. We can train it to let go, to meet past pains with understanding and acceptance. So again, these are just some comments on the practice of asking forgiveness of others, why it's a necessary step. Because we have harmed others, we need to be cognizant of their pain, cognizant of what we've done. I would include, of course, from a Mahayana perspective, that this is an essential part of it. If we don't start thinking about how others are impacted by our actions, then we're only living in the realm of thinking about our own karma, right? And thinking about, how we are the recipient of the negative energy that we've created, but not how others have been harmed by our having created that in the first place. So I think it's really an important dimension to our spiritual practice in the Mahayana. So how do I ask forgiveness of others? And this is, again, by using that forgiveness meditation that Jack Kornfield put together. These are the steps that I would encourage you to reflect on as part of that process. First, to think about the ways that you've not been forgiven fully for any of the 3 types of actions you have done that have harmed yourself, and particularly which have also been harmful to others. So we're kind of enlarging on what we did in the first step of self-forgiveness by thinking in particular about especially those actions that have been harmful to others. Because every one of us, again, has done something physically, through our speech, verbally, or through our thoughts even, that have caused harm to other beings. So, as with self-forgiveness, begin asking forgiveness with those things that are less significant, working up to the heavier ones, working up to the things that are more challenging for you. All right. Thinking about those people who have been the object of your actions, truly value those relationships and acknowledge their experience of hurt or pain that you have caused. Now, again, we might not know everything that they experienced. Or maybe we only had that one interaction that was very difficult where we were really brutal in what we said to somebody and we could see that they felt bad, or whatever, but we don't know everything else that has transpired for them. But we can acknowledge that they must have felt hurt by what we did. Must have been some pain that resided in them for some period of time. And think about how if this is with someone whose relationship we value, maybe it is a family member or somebody who, we've got some karma with. If you were born into that family with those siblings and those parents and whatever, you've got some karma with those folks. And think about what you do value about those relationships. That gives you the deeper impetus to want to seek forgiveness from them. All right. But again, not every relationship is like that. Not everything that we are working on forgiving is like that. You might have had, again, this chance encounter with somebody where you did say something or do something that you have some regret for, and you may never get that opportunity to be in any sort of space with them. So your relationship with them is very fleeting and transitory. As you do this practice, be aware of how difficult it is to accept your own mistakes and to feel worthy of being forgiven for them by those you've offended. And that is a part of it. And this isn't, again, to feel kind of a negative view of ourselves. It's just to really understand that whether or not someone forgives you for what you've done, the important side is to heal from your own point of view. Have to really work on accepting that we've not been so skillful in our lives, that we have done things that have been harmful to others. And yet we are completely worthy of being forgiven, we all are worthy of being forgiven. Again, I don't think it's going back to that one slide earlier today that it's a right or something, that we're denying, they have no right to this. And maybe we all actually do have a right, or I don't know what the right word is. We're all worthy. We're all certainly worthy of being forgiven. Because once more, the Buddhist view is that we're all doing the same thing. It looks different in terms of individual situations and the way that somebody might express what they do to another person, verbally, physically, what have you. But we're all under the same sort of pattern. And of course, I won't get into this so much today, but the root cause is our ignorance. And that the Buddha says is universal. Every being has that ignorance. It's inborn. We've had it since beginningless time. It's not hardwired in our brains, in our minds, so that we actually, can't get rid of it. But it is as close to hardwired as you can get. It's something that you have had that is influencing you continually. From that place of that ignorance, that is thinking of this sort of independent, separate I, and then reacting from that place, we then engage in all of these harmful states of mind and harmful behaviors. So again, we're all worthy of being forgiven for those offenses, even if the other person doesn't forgive us, and even if we don't go to that dimension of apologizing. The next point, observe whatever releasing of the burden of those actions that occurs. Feelings in your heart, the thoughts in your mind, any sensations in your body. As I've said before, we can sometimes physically feel a lightening of that load when we're willing to be in that space of seeking forgiveness of others. It can be kind of a step in the process of that healing. This is kind of a repeat. Engage in the practice as best as you can with whatever level of authenticity that you have. It's not going to be, absolutely correct from the very beginning. We might not feel like we're really in it right from the beginning, but we just keep doing it. As before, conclude by reflecting on your own values and aspirations that you want to honor and uphold in the future, establishing, as we did before, a strong intention to continue in that vein. And we really just want to be going back to that. And I've learned something from this process, and I want to take that with me so that I don't engage in that behavior again. Again, it's very similar to the resolve. Let me stop it here at apologizing before we go into this and introduce a little bit about the purification practice, because both of those that we looked at, forgiving yourself and then sort of seeking forgiveness of others, are involved in things we've done. Most of you know the process of purification that we engage in Tibetan Buddhism, but it essentially involves 4 steps. And again, in the Catholic tradition, there was a whole thing of confession, that we said confession before the priest. You don't need a priest there. You don't need a monk there. You don't need a teacher there. You don't need anybody there. You do this purification yourself. It's good to invite the presence of the Buddhas and holy beings. I'll talk about that in a moment, but it's important to keep that in mind. But I find it interesting. These 4 steps are very much mirrored in the contrition that I would do in the Catholic faith. So the very first one is developing. I'm going to use the common way that we talk about these that Venerable Urbina always uses as well. And that's to use an R word for each of these. The very first one is regret. We've already touched on regret. Regret, once more, is not guilt, not feeling shameful, not any of that sort of thing. It's a genuine sense of remorse at taking responsibility for what I've done. It doesn't have to be more than that. If it's more than that, it becomes problematic, because then we start beating ourselves up too much. Just acknowledge, yes, I did that. Under the control of my crazy, angry mind, I did that. Period. The second one, and again, by regret, we bring to mind all the things we talked about here. Actions of our body, actions of our speech, and then, of course, the thoughts we've had that have been behind all of that, or even thoughts that never made their way to speech or actions. We want to think about all of that. The second of the 4 is another R word, reliance. By reliance, we mean, they often use the analogy of, like, if you've fallen on the ground, you need a support of the ground to get you back up, right? So it's kind of like you want to rely upon the things that kind of give you the support to be able to move forward. And so there are 2 elements to reliance. The very first one is refuge. Refuge is the idea that we want to restore and renew our relationship with the three jewels, with the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We want to be able to, that's a bit of what we're saying here, kind of saying, these are the values I want to uphold. I want to renew the sense of, again, refuge is really just finding safe direction in what you've come to understand as the value of the Buddha's teachings and seeing that as important in your life. So essentially, that's a key part of it. The second element of reliance is bodhicitta, though. And that's again in this Mahayana vein. In the Mahayana vein, we're always wanting to think about others and renew our dedication to wanting to help them. That already begins some healing process with others by having that thought. Because if now my thought is that all those people I've offended through all of my actions, I want to be dedicated to helping them to the greatest degree. Well, there's nothing more that I can do for them than that. That's the greatest thing I can do for them. And that is a total opposite of my mind that wanted to harm them. It's the complete remedy to that already. So even though this isn't technically the remedy, it already begins the healing process with reaffirming my faith in the three jewels and my desire to find safe direction in moving forward with refuge in them. And then secondly, my desire to benefit all beings who were the objects of my actions, who had suffering on the basis of my actions. So you generate that, you can generate that with the simple refuge verse that many of you know if you've been practicing Buddhism. You all have prayer books there. I could actually, is the purification practice there? Look at one of the prayer books.
There's a little purification.
There's a little one, but there might be one in here even. Let me get a prayer book. Here in the Gompa, we have the prayer books on many of the tables, and wanted to see if there's a purification practice in here. I know there's somewhere where Vajrasattva mantra is, but I don't know. There's the confession practice with the 35 Buddhas, but I don't want to necessarily go to that. But anyway, there's plenty of opportunities to see the refuge verse that I'm talking about that has both refuge and bodhicitta in it. An example would be right there on page 34, where we have daily prayers. So for those of you at home, essentially this prayer just says, I go for refuge until I am enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By my practice of giving and other perfections, may I become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. So the first two lines are about renewing refuge, and the other two about generating bodhicitta. You can use that sort of formula there, to be able to reaffirm those two ideas as your, again, reliance. Now, if you're doing something that's like a set practice like Vajrasattva, at that time you can visualize this being Vajrasattva, this Buddha, this white Buddha, who's going to help you with your purification. And think that that is the embodiment of your refuge. All right. The third step, the third R, is the actual remedy. So if you've taken poison, which we have kind of poisoned our own continuum through these negative actions, we need an actual remedy that's going to stop it from ripening into that result. The actual remedy, they say, can be anything, any virtuous action. You could meditate on compassion for other beings for half hour or 20 minutes or whatever. You could read the Heart Sutra. You could recite Vajrasattva mantra. You could do prostrations. You can do a zillion things. As long as it's something virtuous with a good motivation and the desire to sort of be the force that blocks that karma from ripening. So what they say technically happens is that you still sort of have the karmic seeds on your mind. They're still sort of there, but you're blocking them through this virtuous action and then potentially weakening them. Sometimes they might ripen into lesser results, or sometimes you are able to completely curtail their ripening. But you want to have a really strong kind of force of remedy, something that is virtuous that you're kind of putting on top of that, sort of like capping the leaking nuclear facility or something, keeping it from growing and developing. Because one of the principles of karma is that it keeps growing every single day. Our karma gets stronger and stronger. That's why we can have huge results from very, very small actions. So as soon as possible, when we've done something like this that fits into this category of something we want to forgive ourselves for or ask forgiveness of others, we want to try to purify. So forgiveness can be done with purification. There's no problem, but you have to have a purification practice to really uproot that karma. Maybe you could do the forgiveness meditation as your remedy. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, any virtuous act can be a remedy. So that's number 3 of the R's. The 4th R is the resolve. I mentioned this earlier, how kind of we have to make that determination to not go in that direction again as best as we can. I mean, if we know that we're really prone to like saying cutting remarks to somebody, maybe it's to somebody in particular that we don't care for, and they're just really kind of full of themselves. We have a view of them being prideful, and so we just can't wait till, they say something again so we can cut them down, And if it's not something you're doing as like a spiritual practice to help them, it's just something that they're finding annoying with you, and you're just, continuing to do it. Well, then chances are this is the karma that you're creating again and again because you're not keeping it in check. So you need a process for doing that. So what they often say with resolve is even if you can only make the resolve to do it, to refrain from doing it for a very short time. You say, okay, the next time I see that person, I'm going to resolve to not say anything cutting for like 5 seconds. And so you keep your mouth shut for 5 seconds and then you say something. Okay, well, good. Congratulate yourself that you kept your mouth shut for 5 seconds. Purify that transgression at the end of the day. Make the commitment the next day to do it for 10 seconds. And then to do it for 15 seconds until you can get to a place where you refrain from doing it. It's the only way we're going to change ourselves. There is no such thing as these sort of instantaneous changes. Oh, I can't say there's no such thing. Maybe we've done a lot of work in our past life and we meet with something that kind of gets us back in touch with a different way of being. But for most of us, we are products of what we've done in the past, and we are going to take time to undo all of that conditioning. So give yourself a lot of space around that and recognize that we need a sort of systematic process for kind of refraining from actions over time. One of the things they do say, of course, as part of this resolve is if it is something that you can say, I will never do again. I would hope that these men that I work with in prison that have killed somebody, that they have come to the determination through their purification that they are never going to kill a human being again. I would hope that that would be the place they would get to. You make that affirmation at the end, make that part of your resolve, saying, I will never kill again, if it's a particular type of being or whatever the case might be. But it is good to have that as sort of the final point of your purification, making a determination that when you finish that purification, you've got some process for how to stop that action from happening again. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, they say, to engage in purification for something that you're just going to keep doing again and again and again. Because where does it get you? Just kind of keeps you trying to cleaning up a mess that you keep creating. You want to stop creating the messes, ideally. But it's wonderful we have that technique to work with it. But so that's just something I wanted to interject here, because that is probably the place, if I were to look at Tibetan Buddhism and talk about kind of where would you see something that even comes close to self-forgiveness, that would be it. Of course, when we talk about forgiving others, that's maybe in the compassion teachings, but it's, again, usually not taught so much other than us being advised not to hold on to some resentments and what have you. We talk about apologizing, and then I'll take a short kind of Q&A, see if anybody has any questions on any of this around asking forgiveness of others. Oh, I know what we forgot to do. We forgot to go through the meditation. I'm not going to put it up on the screen since we have this problem with it. You have the sheet in front of you, hopefully. If you don't, then it's very short. But in the sheet that's called the Forgiveness Meditation by Jack Kornfield, the second part is asking forgiveness of others. So here he says, there are many ways. These are the sorts of thoughts we'd have in engaging in the actual forgiveness meditation. There are many ways that I have hurt and harmed others, have betrayed or abandoned them, caused them suffering, knowingly or unknowingly, out of my own pain, fear, anger, and confusion. It's a nice thought of just like encapsulating all of that through our own kind of crazy states of mind, the stuff that we've done, all the varieties of things that we've hurt others through our own actions. Let yourself remember and visualize the ways you have hurt others. See and feel the pain you have caused out of your own fear and confusion. Feel your own sorrow and regret. Sense that finally you can release this burden and ask for forgiveness. As he says here, picture each memory that still burdens your heart, and then to each person in your mind that was the recipient of that harmful action, say things to yourself like, I ask for your forgiveness. I ask for your forgiveness. Again, I don't know if there's other words that you would bring to mind, but you're free if you come up with other words. But you want to kind of do it in a visualized format first, thinking about that person and seeking forgiveness from them. And for some people, that may be all that it does, that you do. That may be the extent of it, particularly if you have a strained relationship with that person and you're not really sure that it's going to be taken in the right way, or that you might have further conflict. I mean, why cause more conflict with others? But if there is the opportunity to be with that person, then I think it is really good to go on to apologizing. You know, I don't think we're taught so well how to forgive in our culture, but I think we're taught even worse how to apologize. We don't really get that. Everyone's always told when you're a kid, right, just say I'm sorry. But saying I'm sorry is not a full apology necessarily. I mean, it might have to has to have other components to it. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about apologizing that comes in part from that Foundation for the Development of Compassion and Wisdom, the FDCW training that I did. But also there's a wonderful book by a man named Aaron Lazar. I'll have a few quotes from him, or a list from him, about what an effective apology is. But the idea is that there are books out there, his is one, that teaches you how to apologize, what is entailed in a full apology. Again, he's talking about it from a very secular point of view, but I think we need that secular education because most of us are not taught how to apologize. And so our apologies are very awkward. As I said, most people just simply say, I'm sorry, but do they really have a genuine regret? And we might do that with others, you know, very easily. And nobody even thinks anything of it. Nobody seems to really look at this sort of what occurs in the process of an apology. All right. Apologizing, in which we admit, and this is, again, isn't on your sheets. I apologize for, but this was something I added later because, again, I realized over time, especially as I got into some of these other teachings, that apologizing would be wonderful to introduce here because it's the next step in some regard. If you work very deeply with asking forgiveness of others, is to actually go to them and apologize. Apologizing, in which we admit having done something wrong and then approach the harmed party to ask for their forgiveness, might open the other to forgiveness and reconciliation. Again, you can decide between you or from either side whether you want reconciliation, but at least perhaps you're opening the door for forgiveness to occur. And not that that should be an expectation, as it says here, it might open the door to reconciliation and forgiveness. If the other person is gladly receiving your apology and it's given in a heartfelt way, that's why we're going to talk about how do we actually apologize, then perhaps there's some room for that to occur, but we still can't expect it of them. Why? Because they have their own story. They have their own mind that is working with whatever harm we've done to them. Sometimes we go up to somebody and we want to apologize for something we did years ago, and they go, that? I go, I don't even remember that, you know. That can feel weird in a way because we've sort of let it sort of simmer in our own heart while they've completely forgotten it. But that's okay. You know, that was our own healing that needed to be done then, and we can be okay with the fact that they don't feel there's anything to forgive us. So, and you may have other people who maybe they're carrying that around like they've got their own hot coal they're holding on to, waiting to throw it at you. And maybe when you come up to apologize, they start throwing all kinds of stuff at you, like, well, you had plenty of opportunities to apologize, and I don't know why you're coming to me now, and you should just get the hell out of here, and blah, 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 blah. Even if we get that reaction, it's okay. It's just, again, our ability to extend that apology. The second point on the screen, as with forgiveness, unilateral apologizing, which allows us to let go of feelings of guilt and shame, is beneficial. In a sense, that's what this second meditation is, right? It's a sort of unilateral apologizing, because it's saying with that visualization of that person, you know, I ask your forgiveness, I seek your forgiveness, whatever words you want to use. So know that that is perfectly fine. If you don't feel like you want it to go to the actual dialogue between you and the party that you harmed, you have that permission. But there is another dimension that happens there. So what are the benefits of apologizing? These are from, I think these are from the FDCW material. It restores our own inner peace, which allows us to move on, right? There's something still Maybe there's some residual stuff, even if we've done a lot of work on that second meditation of asking forgiveness of others. There's something really unique that happens if you're able to actually apologize to somebody. It's a big act, you know. It definitely makes one bigger and produces a more spaciousness in oneself. It opens up and expands our thought action repertoire. By this we mean that it gives you kind of more dimensions to how you can work with the fact that we do step in it at times, and we do have to work on healing that. Gives you additional things that you can utilize in maintaining your peace and harmony with others. It overcomes your own disturbing thoughts and emotions, right? Because by actually putting it out there and seeking forgiveness of another, you're able to let go of so much of the other stuff, perhaps the guilt, perhaps, you know, the thoughts of that are negative towards ourselves. It provides space for reconciliation. Again, just space for reconciliation. We have no guarantee that that's going to happen, and that may not even be something that you're seeking from the other person. And you can even preface it that way if you wish, when you say, I want to, you know, talk to you about something and apologize for something I did. I'm not looking to become friends necessarily with you and what have you. And, you know, but there is something I need to express to you. Are you open to hearing that? And then maybe the reconciliation will happen. Now, we know these stories, right? The people who, after many, many years of being at odds, who finally had the opportunity to sit down and one of them apologized. And then the other one was open to receiving that and restoring the relationship. But once more, recall that that's still something that if you're not wanting to do, be comfortable with saying, well, I'm not really sure I'm comfortable being in a relationship with you again, but I do want to apologize for what I did. Or I do want to forgive you for what you did. We get to the last step. Lastly, as an act of kindness and compassion, it offers the other, the person who you offended, the opportunity to forgive, thereby restoring their inner peace and allowing them to move on, especially again, if this is something they've held on to. They remember when you said that to them so many years ago or months ago or days ago or whatever. And by you giving them the opportunity through your own kindness and compassion towards them to forgive you, you're helping to restore their peace. That's why, again, I talk about the healing power of forgiveness. It's not just for yourself, it's for others as well. That's why I don't want to kind of give everybody just a pass and say, oh, you just do the work on your cushion and you'll be fine. Because I think it's useful when it does have that off the cushion activity, such as apologizing, you know, going to someone and really seeking that. All right, the challenges of apologizing. I think we all know them, but these are worth touching on. Shame and guilt often prevent us from apologizing and moving on, right? I mean, especially, it's just, you have to be in a very humble place to apologize to someone generally, right? You have to be willing to say, I'm the party that did this. I take responsibility for having done it. So it does entail being able to be in that place that is a little more vulnerable for us, because we're the ones that, you know, kind of have done the deed. But shame and guilt sometimes get in the way because of how we feel about ourselves. That's why it's good to do some work in the first step that we went through this afternoon, self-forgiveness, right? If we've forgiven ourselves for that, then maybe we don't have quite as much shame and guilt. And we can be apologizing to others with a much easier state of mind, because we're not caught up in our own stuff. We're not feeling bad about our own stuff. We just simply acknowledge that we've done these things. I mean, who told you, again, going back to the whole idea of being perfect, who told us we were supposed to be perfect? That from the very beginning, when we started talking and walking, that we were never going to harm anybody. And this is kind of an expectation we put on ourselves, maybe influenced by parents and other people who've sort of given us those sorts of thoughts. But that's an unrealistic expectation, right? How can we expect ourselves to be perfect in all our behavior? So we have to be willing to overcome some of that if that's blocking you from apologizing. It may require us to face our own shortcomings and wrongdoings. Absolutely. And this is part of what I just explained. You absolutely will have to be able to face it and even admit it, that you yourself have done things that are not so nice. You'd probably cringe if somebody videotaped. I mean, these horrible things. I mean, now that we got all those phones that everybody can tape everybody, you know, doing all these things, whether we're talking about Karen the other night. That's become like a whole thing of people being Karens in the world. You know this phrase. I'm sure I'm not introducing you to something brand new, but think about what it would be like if when you did something that harmed another person, there was something you said or did, to have that captured on video and everyone being able to see it. I mean, it would be horrible. I feel sorry for these people that do these things. I mean, again, we have such an expectation that everyone's going to be so perfect. You're all going to be, sensitive to everyone else and their needs and all the time. And these poor people, they just, again, are conditioned in particular ways and they behave in those ways. And maybe they learn from it, but I don't know. But nonetheless, it's important that we do have a willingness to face our own shortcomings. Maybe it wasn't recorded, but we know it in our own minds, what it was like going back to that event when we harmed someone else. And we can be willing to once more admit that we are taking responsibility for it. We were wrong. What we did was not correct.
I'm very thankful. A lot of things weren't recorded.
Yeah, I am too, especially back when I was drinking. I wasn't, like anybody that abused drinking that much, but I got a lot looser with my mouth when I was drinking, and I said some pretty harmful things, I'm sure, to people. Yeah, some of those things, I don't know that I fully apologized for at the time, but anyway, I got some work to do. We all have work to do. The third point means facing the negative effects of the action on self and others and seeing the possibility for change. Again, we do have to be kind of aware that this has been harmful to others through what we have said or done to them, but also to ourselves. But there's the possibility for change. That kind of gives us that optimistic side to it. So we don't have to, again, buy into the fact that everybody is exactly the way that they behaved in that moment, and there is no possibility for things moving forward. And then the last point here might involve self-forgiveness. I think this goes without saying. This is a second step, even a third step. Maybe it's like 2A or whatever. We forgive ourselves. We seek forgiveness in our meditation, and then we eventually apologize if the space is there for you to do that. I want to keep emphasizing that. So how do I apologize to others? First, remember that apologizing is a process. It's not something that, again, we're going to be immediately doing absolutely right, correct. We just have to learn how to start thinking through everything involved in an effective apology and learn from it as we do it. The key is a feeling of genuine regret and remorse. I think this is part of it. If we aren't feeling regret for what we did, well, then I don't know that an apology is really appropriate. That's where, going back to that idea that we have a lot of kind of haphazard apologizing in our culture, where like people say, oh, I'm sorry, but they mean more like, I'm sorry you were offended, but I'm not sorry I did it. If you hear actually somebody say that, like, I'm so sorry that you felt bad about that, that's just like one of the worst apologies, right? Because it's totally about, oh, well, I'm sorry that you had these feelings. It has nothing to do with me, because what I said was perfectly fine. You just, you and your problem or whatever. So your sensitive mind or whatever the case might be. It's a really horrible way to apologize, right? So, we have to, again, kind of keep that perspective that kind of our apology is meant to be something we genuinely feel remorse about, something that we absolutely want to heal over, not skirt over.
I'm sorry if you were offended by.
Oh yeah, that's another way that it's phrased. Yeah, Connie. I'm sorry that if you were offended by what I said, but what I said shouldn't offend anybody. That's kind of the corollary to it, right?
It's also, I'm sorry I got caught.
I'm sorry I got caught. Yeah, that's another good one. It was perfectly fine for me to do it if I hadn't gotten caught. But the third, yeah. Well, and that's something that, again, karma, if we have the view of karma, well, then you're getting caught regardless. We can do something even in our minds, just sitting in our room, have all these thoughts about anger towards somebody, and it never comes out in terms of something that someone else witnesses. But it's still going to be there. And karmically, we're always creating something. So with karma, you never really get away with it, So the people who do get away with things are really only getting away with it for the moment in this life. But yeah.
It's like we don't believe in God.
It's even, we're even. Well, yeah, that's a whole nother discussion, but yeah. Let's go back to the screen again and we'll just finish off this slide about, again, what is involved in the act of apologizing. It's important to try and understand our intention for apologizing. That kind of is a corollary maybe to that second one. If we don't have genuine regret and remorse, well, why are we apologizing? And even if we do, can we have a deeper intention for apologizing? Is it something that we can really get in touch with? I'd really like to live my life where I'm as aware as I can be of how I'm harming others and wanting to reconcile that as quickly as possible so that I don't have toxic relationships and things that go south and all the stuff that this burden I have to carry around myself, you know, and even deeper intentions, you know, so that I can eventually benefit the beings that I'm involved with as opposed to harming them. And eventually, you know, I may become a Buddha for their sake, all these sorts of more far-reaching motivations or intentions. But it's good to have a very positive intention along with the regret and remorse. These are the 4 components of an effective apology. This is again from Aaron Lazar's On Apology. And it's interesting, think about and maybe analyze after today. You can do it maybe while I'm going through them, but essentially the last time that you apologized or a time that you apologized for something that was quite important, were all 4 of these there? Because if they weren't there, your apology may not have been as effective for the person who was receiving your apology, who you were apologizing to. First, we express remorse, shame, or humility in recognizing how the victim word. But the idea is that we do feel bad about what happened. You know, I feel bad that I said that to you. I feel bad that I did that to you. Those, if words along those lines aren't expressed, then the person doesn't sense that you're really genuine in your apology, right? And it might be even through your being with them. Maybe you start having tears when you're apologizing to them. You know, that may be a sign that you're very deeply in touch with their hurt and their pain and kind of recognizing that they suffered from what you did. Secondly, we acknowledge the specific offense and accept responsibility. You know, we're very clear about what it is that we're apologizing for. That, you know, I'm sorry I said those words to you, and you can, you know, maybe not repeat them, but, you know, those words that were very harmful at the time when da 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 da. Make sure that it's very clear what you're apologizing for, and say, and I take responsibility for having done that. It wasn't the kindest thing for me to do. You know, all right. We show empathy and offer an explanation for why we did what we did. But again, the explanation here is kind of tricky because the explanation isn't, oh, because you were this way or that way, you know, we're like kind of lay it on the other person. The explanation should be about your own stuff. You know, why did you do this? Why did you say that to them? Were you going to say something, Jen?
It's like, sounds like an excuse.
Yeah, it's not an excuse. I think it's a deeper explanation for why we said that. But the excuse, again, if it becomes an excuse where it's like, well, you know, the only reason why I said that to you is because you said this to me, and therefore, you know,
You were asking for it.
you were asking for it, right? It was your comeuppance from what you know you had previously done. Well, that's again putting it back on them and saying that the responsibility is theirs. I mean, a deeper way of looking at that would be to say, because I said this because I don't have much control over my mind when I get offended, and I have my own stuff to deal with, and I end up saying things that I end up regretting. And, you know, it's due to my own lack of control over my own mind and my speech that follows from my mind. Whatever. I mean, might not be exactly those words, but the idea is you have to give some idea to the person of why you did this. I mean, I had an apology from somebody that I felt was sort of lukewarm. I mean, it was better than usual, but the person actually said that they apologized because communicating with me was often difficult. And I was like, okay. You know, they're admitting from their side that there's some communication with problems that they have with me, but it's also kind of putting it back on me to some degree. Like it's like I'm creating an environment that's difficult for them to communicate with them. And so it felt a little strange receiving an apology like that. So again, I think we have to be careful about what we say are our reasons. There may be space with some people to be able to explore that and say, yes, I do find that our communications have some difficulty, and I know that I contribute to that. And then maybe there's the room for us to be able to explore that together, but not to put the onus on the other person if we can avoid it. I mean, I really think it's not that helpful.
How would you say it? How, if you were to redo it, right?
Yeah.
Because that seems like important. So how could you say it?
Well, if they had stopped even at the point of saying, I often find I have difficulty communicating what I want to say, period. I mean, and it didn't go, when I'm talking with you, when I'm in conversations with you, you know what I'm saying? Because it does then start to feel like it's like I'm part of the problem of why they did what they did. And I think that, I mean, I'm not denying that there's interdependence going on here. I don't think that we want to get it to a place where we totally deny that I'm not playing a role. I'm just because again, karma is already there, as we discussed earlier, and that's playing a role in all of this. But I think when we're extending an apology to another, we don't want to put it all on their shoulders, or even part of it on their shoulders if we can avoid it.
Exactly.
You know, what I would encourage is maybe when we get to later in the conversation, we would say, well, you know, because I have difficulty in communicating, I'd like to see how we can pursue exploring our communication together so that we make sure that we're both satisfied with what we have in a, you know, communication with each other. So you kind of put it in that vein. You don't put it in the place of like, well, I have difficulty communicating when I'm talking to you. Because then it
Becomes an accusation.
it is a bit of an accusation, a bit of like, you know, if you weren't this way, then I'd have a perfectly fine time communicating with you. Yeah.
Like a couple of good examples, like I was angry or I was tired or something, you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if, as Jack says, there's those things like, yeah, I'm angry, I'm tired, I'm hungry. I realize, you know, I was really working late that day and I shouldn't have been having that conversation with you because of all these factors. Then that's kind of giving people an understanding for maybe why you do it. It's not making excuses. If really it came down to, well, sometimes I just get carried away with my thoughts and I say things that are mean, and I'll take responsibility for that. I don't think it has to be a full-fledged, you know, all the way down to the fine points, you know, as to why we did it. But it has to be some acknowledgement that you see that you were the instrument of creating that, and not again try to lay it on the other person. Does that make some sense?
Yeah, I think that this is why there's prohibition against drinking.
Yeah.
Not because there's anything wrong with drinking.
Drinking is the
'cause
doorway.
Like you do.
Yeah, Jack is talking about like where we have a Buddhist vow against drinking is not because there's some natural fault in drinking. It's that when you're drinking frequently, it does become the doorway through which you engage in all kinds of other faulty behavior. Yeah. So again, this is the third step here. We show empathy, kind of connecting at the heart with the other person, really trying to feel as best we can what they must have gone through, and we explain why we did what we did. Again, not, as I said, I don't want you to over dwell on this and think, well, you have to come up with all kinds of excuses and things to say. That's not the point. Just to be as brutally honest with yourself with them and say, well, you know, it's because, yeah, I mean, I sometimes get carried away in my speech and say these things. But as I said, not putting it on the other person, I think, is important. The fourth one is an interesting one because this is something we often forget, right? We offer compensation or reparation. And it is nice when people are giving an apology when they say, how can I make this up to you? How can I help with this that has happened and, you know, try to restore things? You know, and oftentimes people will say, well, no, that's okay, you know, it's not a big deal, you know. But I think that it's an extension once more of how much we care about them, that we are willing to go to the place of doing something more that makes some reparation for the harm that we've caused them. Again, we can't take those words back. This is the problem, of course, when we engage in those actions to begin with. You might have poisoned the well already, and so it's very hard to remove the poison completely. You might be able to restore the relationship to some degree. But this also acts as another impetus for that, kind of saying, well, I'd like to take you out to dinner or do something for you to, you know, to show my remorse at having done this. Are you, you know, is that something you'd be interested in? Again, and if they say no, that may be from their side. They might not even want to restore the relationship, and that's okay. We have to be willing to hear that. But I don't know that we get so concerned in our culture about making reparation for things. That's why there's still so much going on around faults of this country in the past and how we haven't made reparation for what happened to Native Americans and for African Americans and for so many people in our culture. Yeah, Iris.
Is it wrong to accept, to want to accept something? If somebody says, well, how can I make it up to you? Can I do this? And you say, yeah, and I do, like, I
Yeah.
just want to, it's a silly to give it, but I lent somebody a cookbook
Mhm.
and their dog ate my cookbook.
Wow.
And I got it back and it was like a mess. And I said, you know, there was a cookbook that I use all the time. I was like, what, you know, what happened? And this is a person, every time I lend something to, it doesn't come back in the same, you know, just, you know, same condition that it left, you know, that I gave it. So at this point, I was upset. I said, I was like upset. And she goes, well, do you want me, you know, do you want me to get you another book? And I said, yes. And I felt kind of bad about saying that, but
No, I
I
think
was
that's
gonna go out
what-
and have to buy another book anyway, but I couldn't read it.
right. No, I think to Iris's story about the dog eating the cookbook, not your homework, but you know, it's absolutely fine if somebody offers, and it would be kind of weird if somebody didn't offer. I mean, that's where I'm getting like this fourth point. Sometimes people don't think about, oh, I'm so sorry this happened. Here's your shredded cookbook, you know, without thinking about, well, how can I make reparation for that? Can I buy you a new cookbook? You know, since I know this is a cookbook you love and use all the time, you know, is it something that, and to accept that is totally fine then, because it gives them the opportunity to be in a space of
But I normally
seeking
with
that.
things, I just say, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I was really mad about it.
I mean, I had a case where I loaned a Dharma book to one of my students and their dog only licked one page, thankfully. They had like a big dog with a big tongue, I guess, and it licked one whole page, came up on her lap and went, yeah. And so I got this book back with this kind of curly page and she really was sincere and apologizing. And she even offered, she said, do you want me to buy you a new copy? And I said, it's okay. I'm not worried about one page of my book being licked by a dog, but I hope the dog got some blessings from licking a Dharma page. Anyway,
Speech in the next slide.
no, but you know, when it's something that like a whole book or something that, you know, or even, you know, I think it is important that we be on the receiving end of that.
Standing up for myself and not just saying, oh, it's okay. And then being,
Right.
oh, you know, I really should have said something. Like, I didn't know, I have to go and buy that book.
But I think the other side of it too, to recognize that that's important for us to give them the opportunity to make reparation. You know, because that helps them to feel better about, oh, you know, this happened while the book was in my possession. I now can make good on that. I now can at least, might not have all of Iris's notes about various recipes and what she added and what have you, but it's got at least, you know, the book that she had, you know, so I don't know. I think that is important.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
That's good.
And
That's
he's
good.
still sleeping.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Still lending
It's
books
a
to her?
family member. I'm still speaking to her.
Are you lending her books?
He's still lending books.
No, every once in a while, we lend luggage.
Were there,
Book still readable?
my book is still readable, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a big deal. The page doesn't close. When the book closes, you can see the one page is really like that. But I just like, so that I can always remember how kind she was in offering to buy me a new book, but I don't need a new book. Are there anyone from the Zoom room want to share anything on these points of how to apologize or an effective apology? Especially around this idea of reparation. Anyone? Just want to make sure I'm including all of you, giving you an opportunity to share if you'd like. Okay. All right. So again, let's put that back on the screen just briefly. I want to talk a little bit about some of the, I didn't put this in the slides, but Aaron Lazar also talks about kind of the benefits, how an effective apology satisfies the offended. If we look at what's all entailed in these in terms of, you know, when we express remorse and shame or whatever, one of the benefits for the person who we are apologizing to is that they have a restoration of their dignity. You know, dignity is a weird word. Again, not something we use in Buddhism so often, but the idea is they are able to sort of see themselves back in that place of being a bit more of a whole person, being recognized that the harm occurred to them, being honored in that space of their own pain and so on. The affirmation that both parties have shared values and agree that the harm committed was wrong. When we say to somebody we committed this harm, we are affirming their values, that they saw it in a similar light, that they also hold that that's not appropriate behavior, and that we know that we didn't we did engage in that inappropriate behavior and want to do the opposite. The validation that the victim was not responsible for the offense. This is something that, again, when I was pointing out number 3, how we have to be very careful that we don't have an explanation that is essentially saying, well, I'm sorry for doing this, but it really was your fault. You know, that's not an apology, you know, folks. That's not taking responsibility for what you did. And that's all that you're doing. You're not supposed to be, again, pointing out the other person's faults and making them responsible for what happened. The assurance that the offered party is safe from a repeat offense. It's interesting. This isn't in the list of the components of an effective apology that are on the screen. That you are, you know, assuring the person that you're going to do better in the future, that you will refrain from doing that in the future. But again, that should be a part of your apology as well. It shouldn't be that you apologize for something and then the next day you do something that's exactly the same to them, because that's not going to be effective, right? They're going to be, well, what was your apology about? Why did you even come to me if you were going to continue to do this behavior? I've seen that happen, and certainly it's painful for the person who's been on the offended side of it. And then it also allows for a dialogue where the offended party can express their feelings. When you go forward to them with this type of an apology, hopefully they're willing to say, well, yes, you know, I have to admit, Don, when you did that, that was really harmful or hurtful to me, you know, and I really felt bad that you did that. And you kind of have that dialogue and really say, you know, be able to express your feelings. And then, of course, if it does the 4th one here, if you do offer compensation or reparation, that is a benefit for the offended party. You know, for Iris, she gets the cookbook at least, you know, doesn't have to buy it herself. That's important for that to be there, because again, it was entrusted to her sister. So, okay. Yeah, Will.
Gaslighting.
Yeah.
And like it never happened.
Yeah.
Put it back on you.
I mean, yeah, what are your thoughts on it? I mean, it certainly is a horrible thing to do. How are you relating it to forgiveness and apologizing? I mean, how to work with that when somebody's doing that to you?
You acknowledge it, or that's just their way of dealing with it, moving on.
Well, first of all, yeah, I mean, it certainly would mean that you're probably not going to get a heartfelt apology from them for anything that, because they're going to continue to, you know, say that nothing happened, they didn't do anything. And so I don't know, that's a hard one. It's certainly, it would depend upon the individual situation as to how you would pursue. If you've harmed them through things that you've done, there's nothing stopping you from extending apology or at least asking forgiveness in your own meditation from them. But will it be so effective? It's always hard to say. I don't know. But especially if the gaslighting, they're doing the gaslighting and really not wanting to take any sort of responsibility, even deny that things happen, well, then I don't know that we can expect, well, again, expectations aren't such a good thing anyway, but I don't think that it's something that we should be waiting for them to actually come around. Until people sort of break those sorts of behaviors, it's really hard. And we can see it in our culture. It's just keeps spinning around itself. People fall into that pattern and they keep denying and denying and denying. Well, it's kind of what Will described, where, you know, people are in some form of denial. Oh no, that wasn't me, or oh no, that didn't happen.
Yeah, like there was a famous movie.
Gaslight.
Gaslight, yeah.
Ingrid Bergman. Ingrid Bergman.
Yeah, people do things like change the lights and say, no, they're not changing.
It was, yeah, a lot of, you're the one that's off, yeah, through gaslighting. You know, so if you're on the receiving end of that from other people, it's kind of hard to forgive. And we haven't gotten to forgiving others yet, but you know, it might be a recipient of our own apology and what have you. That's not the issue. It's just, how do we work with them as somebody who, you know, is going to continue to do that in our lives? I would say, again, if we have the opportunity to say, well, that's simply not someone I want in my life because it's not really useful. It's living in a very different world than I want to live in. But, you know, we're in a society where this is done all the time now, you know, so we have to kind of acknowledge that it's going to be around us, and it could be in our families. We might have people who do that in our own families. And circle of friends, maybe to some degree, but again, we have more choice perhaps in our friends as to who we want to invite into our lives. I don't know, did you have any more thoughts on it, Will, as to?
No, I mean, I guess. You know, maybe there's a compassion component to it, right? Kind of
Mhm.
see that this person's trouble, but you don't necessarily make it feel.
Right, that's a good point. Yeah.
You know, acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Separate.
Yeah, so we'll say maybe you can have some compassion for them, seeing that this is this pattern they've gotten into and how they are, but make the decision not to necessarily be the one to help them to see this and to change. Ginger has her hand up from the Zoom online group. Please, yeah.
I just wanted to add that it's very hard, this gaslighting. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so it's okay. I mean, it's very difficult when that person is your mother. So that's the situation I have. She's always, it's not me. I didn't do that, you know, and always gaslighting. And yeah, it's very difficult. Do you have any suggestions?
In working with others who gaslight, I don't know. I mean, again, if we understand it, as Will said, if we understand that's the conditioning that's led them to be that way, whatever it is, I don't know. I mean, don't know that I've studied well enough to know what conditioning would lead someone to be in that state of denying things and what have you. But that's not something that we can necessarily take responsibility for breaking them out of. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. Maybe Western psychology has more techniques to work with some of these things around, you know, helping people to see that and to work with that. But in a Buddhist perspective, it always becomes again about how do we change ourselves to work with that? How do we change our own minds? Because we don't have much control over others. Although we're on a Mahayana path and we eventually want to be able to help others to the greatest degree, we won't be able to help others fully until we become a Buddha. We can try to help now, try to do what we can. But most people are, I mean, again, I don't know enough about the whole phenomenon and how it plays out in terms of a psychological side to it or whatever, and then so much denial and what have you. But is that something we can really take on? Is that something we can really affect a change in someone else? And we have to learn how to adapt ourselves, how to be kind of okay with that being the understanding.
That's like, because it has the psychological component to it that maybe beyond the scope of it seems like something is happening psychologically. It's like
It's hard to say. I don't know enough about it, but
I don't either. It sounds like a really difficult place to be when somebody is telling you are the cause of whatever it is.
Yeah.
They're inflicting
Yeah.
pain, but they're blaming you
right.
for inflicting the pain on you.
Mhm.
And then you're internalizing that and saying,
Mhm.
Maybe there's me.
maybe it's me.
Right, sure. No, it's a rather complex issue.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a form of manipulation involved in there. I'm even thinking in terms of my awareness of narcissism, there's a bit of a narcissistic attitude that's behind it because it's deflecting continually from oneself, you know, and it's never part of my stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know what advice to give you, Ginger, especially if it is somebody so close to your dear mother. But again, to develop some sort of patience, some sort of ability to be with it, and to recognize that it may not be something that you really can address. But I would encourage you to seek out maybe some experts in Western psychology around. Maybe there are people who have dealt with it and have some tools that they could use to help point it out. Sometimes I find that if people are on the receiving end of what they do to others, they sometimes wake up to that reality. So I don't know. I wouldn't encourage you to gaslight her. but there is that idea that if sometimes when people see what it's like to be gaslit, well, then maybe they stop gaslighting others, or when they see what it's like to have somebody speak really, you know, speak down to them, then they don't speak down to others or whatever. I'm just using that as an example, but I'm not encouraging you to do that because I think it'd be kind of unkind in some ways, but maybe some Western psychologists would be able to help you with that. I don't, yeah, Graciela.
Well, I was thinking, I didn't know this is what it was. But my granddaughter, my 11-year-old granddaughter,
Mhm.
was doing some of it. And it was very hurtful to me.
Mhm.
So I decided, she's 11 years old, I'm gonna call her.
Yeah, good.
And so we had a private conversation,
Mhm.
and I very nicely said how it feels, talk to her about. And, it was a chance because she could have said, I didn't know what she was gonna say, but I figured at least I'm gonna try to call her, that it just doesn't feel good.
Mm.
And that I don't wanna be treated that way.
Right.
And it seemed like it worked.
Oh,
Like she didn't realize it.
yeah. Age 11.
Yeah,
I-
influences that, yes.
Yeah, I think,
That's right. Well,
Yeah.
people don't know how you
Yeah,
affect them
yeah.
too, sometimes.
yeah. So with Graciela's story of her 11-year-old granddaughter, I mean, it is different in that case because you have somebody who's still kind of forming how they want to be in the world, and they're maybe trying on different behaviors and not seeing that they're wrong. And when you have somebody sitting down with you and telling you, an elder who says, this is what that felt like when you said that, and this is not a good way to be, then I think it's good because you have somebody whose mind is still forming in terms of how they want to be in the world. But when it comes to adults, and especially adults in their older years, I don't know. I mean, maybe there can be some benefit, but I don't know. Maybe Ginger, you've already tried that with your mother, but yeah, just to have compassion as much as possible and to see that this is unfortunate for her that she's doing this. And do you have anything more to share, Ginger?
No, thanks everybody, and thank you, Don.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, remembering compassion, I guess, is the most important thing because I
Yeah.
have tried a lot of avenues to deal with it.
And just to develop that space of forgiveness with her, to really forgive her for the faults that she has in doing that, and be mindful. Okay, let's carry on so we can finish everything off. I realize I'm sometimes hitting the table and causing the screen to go kind of jittery. I hope I'm not causing seasickness in anybody who's watching it.
You're the only one seeing that.
Okay, no, they're seeing it. If I'm hitting this moves, the computer moves.
Okay, then I would
And
stop it
so,
here.
yeah, no, it affects the camera on the. Let's go on to the last. I don't want to say it's the most important step because I actually feel they're all important, and maybe even the first one is more important. But how do we cultivate forgiveness then for those who have hurt or harmed you? Again, this is following the handout that you have. What is the nature of forgiveness for others who have harmed me? It's most of what we've already talked about. Because that's how we tend to approach forgiveness, is forgiving others, but obviously self-forgiveness is important, and seeking forgiveness of others. But I found it was really nicely consolidated in these 5 truths that are set out by Jack Kornfield in this wonderful little book, Art of Forgiveness, Loving Kindness, and Peace. The very first truth, that forgiveness is not weak or naive. Forgiveness requires courage and clarity. It is not naive. Mistakenly, people believe that to forgive is to simply forgive and forget once and for all. That is not the wisdom of forgiveness. Again, it's where we acknowledging what has happened, acknowledge that the hurt has occurred, acknowledge that the offense has taken place. We don't forget it. We don't, sweep it under the rug. We acknowledge it and want to be in the space of healing from it. It's very courageous to forgive another. I mean, we all know this from stories that we've seen. I was really a bit shocked when something Emmanuel Church, it's the one in South Carolina, mostly a Black church, where the white guy came in and shot so many of their church members. The very next day, the surviving church members were already in front of the camera saying they forgave the killer. I mean, you were just like astounded. These are people really practicing a deep sense of faith in Christ's teachings and a desire to have forgiveness be how they live their lives. Again, how heartfelt it was very hard to tell, but nonetheless, they said the words. I mean, mostly if you get these killings, school killings or church killings or wherever people are gathered, mall killings, you don't have those kinds of words being said. But it takes a lot of courage and conviction to be able to stand up and say, I forgive you for what you did. I mean, especially if it's these, pretty horrific acts, even if it's just, minor things that have harmed us or others, perhaps we find it challenging. But it takes a lot of courage to actually go to that place of forgiving another. I'm going to share a story with you a little later today, as I said, from Jack Cornfield, that kind of speaks to that. Secondly, forgiveness does not forget, nor does it condone the past. Forgiveness sees wisely. It willingly acknowledges what is unjust, harmful, and wrong. It bravely recognizes the sufferings of the past and understands the conditions that brought them about. Again, if we go back to the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and committees in South Africa, it wouldn't have happened, and forgiveness wouldn't have been able to enter into the space of all of that had not an acknowledgement that this was unjust, that this was wrong, that the behavior that people were engaging in at the time was something that we don't ever want to see again. We understand what brought it about. We can acknowledge that there were many conditionings and factors that led to people in South Africa, the white population, treating everyone, all the native population so poorly, but we have to acknowledge, we have to actually say that the hurt was there and in no way condone it. Again, continuing with this, there's a strength to forgiveness. When we forgive, we can also say, never again will I allow these things to happen. And that was the spirit of these Truth and Reconciliation committees or commissions as well. We may resolve to never again permit such harm to come to ourselves or another. I mean, this idea that, again, it's sort of a weak position that you come from, of just keeping forgiving others and you just keep letting them do what they want to do. From a karmic perspective, that's not good either, even though you yourself might be willing to say, okay, I'll take this harm and I'll keep working with it and I'll keep forgiving you and I'll keep developing my own qualities. Well, what's the other person doing while you're getting those benefits? They're just creating more suffering for themselves by continuing to harm you and harm others in a similar way. So a compassionate response will entail putting a stop to the things people are doing that are harmful, because they're not just harmful to you and others, they're harmful to themselves. Okay. Forgiveness does not happen quickly. For great injustice, coming to forgiveness may include a long process of grief, outrage, sadness, loss, and pain. That's why I said it was remarkable to me that the members of this church were so willing to forgive so quickly. And I want to trust that they had that in their hearts, that they weren't saying it ingenuously. I think they were saying it from having really practiced what Christ teaches of forgiveness. But for most of us, it takes a long process. I mean, even just look at what we went through last Saturday in terms of grief and the stages of grief. It takes a long time to get to a place of acceptance. And I think that, again, we have to give people sort of the permission to go through whatever process they need to forgive, be forgiven, and for us to extend forgiveness to others. True forgiveness does not paper over what has happened in a superficial way. It is not a misguided effort to suppress or ignore our pain. True forgiveness actually acknowledges the pain. There's a wonderful other little book by Archbishop Desmond Tutu and his daughter, Mpo Tutu, where they go through a different process for working with forgiveness. And it's primarily, again, forgiveness of others. And the very first one is to acknowledge the hurt, is to kind of be with that hurt and that pain, and to be able to tell the story. I think that's the first two, actually, to tell your story and to acknowledge the pain and the hurt. So forgiveness, if it's to be effective, that has to be a part of it. We have to be willing to say, this really hurt me when you said that. This was really painful for me. I carried this around, for many months and, whatever. For there to be that kind of attesting to that before we get to a place of forgiveness, in the process. So acknowledging the pain, acknowledging the difficulty. We're not going to smooth over things. We're just going to simply let it take its time, let the process happen, so we can forgive in a more genuine way. The continuing with forgiveness does not happen quickly. It cannot be hurried. It is a deep process repeated over and over in our heart, which honors the grief and betrayal. and in its own time ripens into the freedom to truly forgive. But if you don't engage in the process, you're never going to get there, or you'll get there in a very superficial way, right? Where we can say, oh, I forgive you. But we really don't mean it. We really are still holding on to it. We're still going to carry around that pain. So that's why, once more, this is a meditative process we're mostly talking about here, but we will talk about that dimension to it in a moment. Forgiveness does not mean that we have to continue to relate to those who have done us harm. Again, we've already touched on this, so I won't spend so much time on it. In some cases, the best practice may be to end our connection, to never speak to or be with a harmful person again. Sometimes in the process of forgiveness, a person who hurt or betrayed us may wish to make amends, but even this does not require us to put ourselves in the way of further harm, right? This is, the other mistaken thing about forgiveness. So that means then I've got to go put myself in the place where I'll be harmed by them again, and they're going to continue to say these things to me and do these things and whatever. No, I mean, if you're in an abusive relationship, you can forgive the person for abusing you if you can get to a very deep place of healing with that, but you don't need to stay with their abuse. Their abuse is not okay. Receiving it is not okay. Yeah, Marianne.
It's kind of confusing. I have a friend who has a family member that does a lot of raging at her. Right, and she tries to work on forgiveness, but she's always ambushed at the wrong time. When things are going very nice and smoothly, it starts again. I mean, there's no reason for it. Maybe mental illness, who knows? But the point is, how do you deal with somebody like that? Especially when they're a relative and you really can't say, gee, you're out of my life.
Yeah. Well, it's a difficult one, Marianne, because again, our expectation might be that they are going to, we get to that smoother waters and we think that everything is going to go fine. And then we get surprised when they behave in a way that is contrary to how we expect them to be.
Right.
Their healing process and their own working with their stuff is not going to follow our calendar and our expectations. And so I think it's a tricky one, because that's usually where I imagine for your friend, that's where the frustration comes about, is because you've been duped in a sense into thinking it's all going to go fine, and then it flares up again. And what do you do then? I think, again, to have an acceptance that this is what is going to happen with this person, because perhaps they aren't willing to do the deeper work. I don't know, once more, that finding the ways to make them change their minds and their behavior is not always going to be easy. If we have some wisdom that we can impart to them that will help them in that process, I think that's useful to try. But we may get to a point where we just say, well, this is how they're going to be. And I can just simply acknowledge that when the smooth sailing is happening, that's okay. But I know that at some point, this is going to it'll happen. And then maybe the expectation is different because we assume that that's what they're going to do. And then we maybe are able to handle it a little differently because we didn't have the expectation that they were going to be back to that smooth sailing all the time.
Yeah.
But if it does become problematic into where the ambushing really is hurtful to us and is something they shouldn't be engaged in,
Verbally.
yeah,
Verbally.
then I think we have to look at that possibility. What does it look like for us to at least decrease the amount of contact we have with that person, or to make it very different in terms of what sorts of things we relate to them on. But it's very hard for me to give these kinds of blanket advice in situations, but and I'm sure you find it hard in talking to your friend about what to do.
Yeah.
Because it is painful if it's someone in our life as a family member that the thought of saying, I can't be with you any longer. I don't necessarily want to give people all the ultimatums either and say, well, I will continue to be in your life, but you have to stop ambushing me. I mean, maybe that will work. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not an expert in a lot of these other things that are maybe more Western psychology. Again, in Buddhism, it's always about working with our own minds.
Yes.
As much as possible. And when it comes to the other person, we can offer what we can, but don't expect that things are necessarily the seeds are gonna land on, fertile ground. They may not be willing to receive those seeds. They may not be willing to work with all of that. So then we have to be okay with just, this is how they are.
They're doing anything.
Yeah. So I don't know, those questions, I always have a hard time.
plays into that about the previous slide, never will I allow anyone to do that to me again.
Yeah.
That's what brought it up in my mind, because she spends a lot of time beating herself up because she's always surprised. It's like, what's wrong with me? I know it's gonna happen, you know? So I've been trying to help her with that.
Yeah.
There's some mind training from her own self. So,
Yeah.
you know, I will go so far, but beyond that.
Mhm.
Then
Yeah. I mean, because it may be impossible for us to require that we will not be harmed out of that from that other party as your friend is
Yeah.
experiencing. But, you know, again, every situation is different. And certainly if
know,
someone was in a really abusive relationship, I would be very remiss to not have them extricate themselves from that, you know,
Sure.
to tell or to at least encourage them to look at that possibility. But at the same time, you know, this is where the strength of our own practice is so important. If we can be with that and kind of recognize, I mean, I don't like talking about my personal life so much, but at the same time, I mean, I've got a partner who can be very challenging for me at times, and I've learned that that's how he is, and so I just kind of go with the flow. You know, I recognize that. Oh, okay, it's just like the weather. Oh, we've got a storm today. Okay, that's interesting. You know, I can be with
Get a
that.
rain today.
And, you know, I got to pick up my umbrella, you know, or whatever I need to do to kind of deflect myself, not in a, you know, altercative way, but, you know, just kind of say, okay, then I need to tend to myself and make sure that I kind of dealt with and then.
And then
That person, it's the perpetrator's issue, their issues, and about, and then some, maybe the person will seem vulnerable to that. Something like that.
Yeah,
But you gotta train the other person to have self-esteem and you really should not
Yeah.
think about it, blow it off. Say, okay, thanks, bye, you know, like move to another place in the room. Or something,
Right.
that she doesn't sit there and take it and feel it and take it in.
Yeah.
Because it's not our issue, it's the other person.
absolutely.
Yeah. So having that perspective that it is this other person's issue of how they are in the world and what they are continuing to do, then it's not personal. It's not my stuff necessarily. I mean, it can play a role of and forgiving them, being with that, and just seeing where it goes, but not being too caught up in any kind of expectation.
So that never again, on the previous slide,
Yeah.
she was saying it's probably not.
I think it's difficult for that to be, you know, kind of difficult to
Yeah.
be assured that it's going to be there. Ginger shared here, you know, that this is too the same for her, in the same situation with her mom, can't avoid her, you know, is abusive. Well, you know, if you are dealing with situations in your life where that is the case, it means just armoring yourself better to some degree if it's something you can't avoid, you know, that you can't absolutely remove yourself from. So again, we just have to find a skillful way to work with our own minds. Oh, they're still there. Okay, good. I was worried. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, having compassion, absolutely.
Very, very difficult to accept the realization that somebody you know, or maybe with every day,
Mhm.
may lose her.
Yeah, this is true, Brian. Yeah.
I know somebody, I didn't accept it or realize it until I saw the person at a psych ward.
Right.
The central psych ward.
Right.
And now so I realized, oh my God, he's been mentally disturbed for many years. Now I'm just too young to realize it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, in this case of like somebody who's like clinically mentally
yeah.
disturbed, you know.
But we don't even see that.
Yeah.
Somebody we with a lot,
Yeah.
Mhm.
we don't even see that. It takes a lot to have that realization.
Yeah. But I think but I was just going to say that, Jack, in Buddhist terms, of course, it's the realization that we have that we're all mentally
Yes.
off at some level. We're all mentally
Right.
ill. And then we work from that place. But you're right. I mean, when it is something that becomes more clinical, we can look at and say, yes, here's something that requires a bit more care than just, you know, trying to deal with it in an everyday situation. It needs to
Trying to
be,
deal with it rational when there's no way to deal with it.
Yeah.
rational.
yeah, where it
We can't
becomes,
even expect rational behavior from.
and again, that becomes a whole nother level of, but you're right, it is very hard for us to accept that that is the situation. Even we may have been dealing with it for years, but never seen it in that light. Yeah.
We think very
Yeah,
much
this
more.
was a culture, this is mental issues.
No,
To
it's,
avoid them. at all costs.
Yeah. I mean, even look at how homeless people are treated in this country, and many of them are perfectly fine. They don't have mental problems. Some do, just like some people who aren't homeless have all mental problems. But there's like a distance that people have from all of that. Very difficult.
Like I always say, take care of a broken leg, but whatever. Nobody fusses about that.
Right.
If I have mental health issue.
Very difficult.
Say,
Yeah. No, there's a different stigma around all of that and everything. To conclude what Jack Kornfield says, in the end, forgiveness simply means never putting another person out of our heart. So I kind of like this, it very simplifies it. We're going to, even if you don't have a relationship with that person going forward, you really don't want to put them out of your heart. You want to still say, well, I really still wish this person well. I really want them to be free of this way of behaving and their difficulties they cause for others and so on. So I don't know, I shared this quote. This is in the context of kind of wanting others to kind of have the peace of mind that they deserve, because if as the Buddha says, he abused me, he struck me, he overcame me, he robbed me, in those who harbor such thoughts, hatred will never cease. He abused me, he struck me, he overcame me, he robbed me. In those who do not harbor such thoughts, hatred will cease. It all comes down to our own minds as to whether we're going to hold on to all of that, feeling the victim of that person, continuing to, make them the cause of all of our pain and suffering and what have you, and feeling, that animosity towards them. This next slide kind of gets into kind of the idea of how we are the ones that really benefit from removing all of that. Then if it's like our own hatred that we're trying to diminish and eliminate through the force of our forgiveness and removing these thoughts, well, then we're the ones that primarily benefit from forgiveness. We can have this sort of question of, is it ourselves, is it others, or is it both? In the end, we could say, yes, we do forgiveness for both parties, but this is as Jack Kornfield says, consider the dialogue between two former prisoners of war. Have you forgiven your captors yet? No, never. Well, then they still have you in prison, don't they? We begin the work of forgiveness primarily for ourselves, because we see the prison that we're in, of following our own hateful thoughts in our own sort of callous, cold mind. And a quote from this woman, Catherine Ponder, when you hold resentment toward another, you are bound to that person or conditioned by an emotional link that is stronger than steel. Forgiveness is the only way to dissolve that link and actually get free. Okay. So let's look at this idea of how do we extend forgiveness to those who have harmed me. This is the little meditation that follows from this, and you've got these points on your sheet. Recall the particular harms you've experienced by the physical actions, words, or even thoughts of others. Once again, it's recommended to not start with those that are most difficult to forgive, but rather work up to them. Then we have on the next slide, remind yourself of your own imperfections and your desire to be forgiven, using that as the impetus to hold those who offended you in that same space of understanding and compassion. Again, that's why you work with the first two steps prior to this step, right? Because we have to know what it feels like to forgive ourselves and what it's like to seek forgiveness of others, and maybe even again apologize to them so we can feel the strength of forgiveness. Then we have an impetus to want to forgive others. Don't force it or take on more than you can handle. Work with what you can forgive now, accepting what you can't forgive at this time. Maybe you were raised in an abusive household. Maybe your parents are gone and you don't have the opportunity to even have any kind of healing with them in person. I know this happens to many people. That may be something you take on further down the road. You may start with other things that have happened to you and a willingness to forgive other acts and other things before you can get to that level of forgiveness. But it's important to work up to it. Be mindful of whatever feelings arise in your heart, the thoughts in your mind, and sensations in your body, as we do before, as we recite these various things to ourselves. Should the practice awaken any hurt from the past, gently soften into that pain within a space of compassion and loving kindness for yourself and others. I didn't mention this as part of this, but you can use these gestures of care and compassion for yourself, such as putting your hand at your heart. Maybe even sometimes people find it reassuring to kind of, put their hands around themselves, kind of hold yourself, or do something that is really kind of reaffirming as you go through this meditation. So I'm not going to put it on the screen again, just read through it really, really quickly. Cultivating compassion for those who have hurt or harmed you. There are many ways that I have been harmed by others, abused or abandoned, knowingly or unknowingly, in thought, word, or deed. Let yourself picture and remember these many ways. Feel the sorrow you have carried from this past and sense that you can release this burden of pain by extending forgiveness when your heart is ready. Now, as he goes into like all of these, remembering all these things, as I said, it's maybe best to start with a couple of small things and really just work with those and then build up to other things. But he says, then now say to yourself, I now remember the many ways others have hurt or harmed me, wounded me, out of fear, pain, confusion, and anger, just as we saw that that's why we did our things that harmed others. I have carried this pain in my heart too long. To the extent that I am ready, I offer them forgiveness. To those who have caused me harm, I offer my forgiveness. I forgive you. The key point there is to the extent that I am ready. Maybe when you do this and you kind of pull something into your field of awareness that you're not ready to forgive, maybe you just say, to the extent that I can eventually forgive, I want to extend what thoughts I can to you. Maybe at some point you're going to be able to forgive them, even in your meditation. But it's not going to be there immediately. Again, he says, let yourself gently repeat these 3 directions for forgiveness. All 3 of these we went through until you feel a release in your heart. For some great pains, you may not feel a release, but only the burden and anguish or anger you have held. Touch this softly. Be forgiving of yourself for not being ready to let go and move on. Forgiveness cannot be forced. It cannot be artificial. Simply continue the practice and let the words and images work gradually in their own way. In time, you can make the forgiveness meditation a regular part of your life, letting go of the past and opening your heart to each new moment with a wise, loving kindness. So let me quickly go through these other slides. I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to share Jack Kornfield's story. It's such a wonderful story, but again, that was already a point made earlier with the other ones. Engage in it as best as you can. This was something I wanted to spend a little time on. Any act that is unforgivable. Consider the possibility, Alan Locke says, and I am only saying consider the possibility that maybe nothing is unforgivable. Maybe there is a way to find forgiveness even for what we believed for so long to be unforgivable. Explore this mindfully. Maybe you can do that on your own, but I would put forward that there is nothing that is unforgivable. If we really understand from a Buddhist perspective what's going on, we have the space for forgiving others. Again, it doesn't condone what they did. And in a sense, it doesn't sort of let them off the hook. It just allows you to extend to them that space of forgiveness and to be able to hold them in your heart. How do I sustain and grow this practice of forgiveness? The final point, all major religious traditions carry basically the same message, that is love, compassion, and forgiveness. The important thing is that they should be part of our daily lives. And I would encourage you to go through the forgiveness meditation if you want to adopt this as something as part of your life, maybe even just a part of it, starting with yourself. Do that as part of your purification practice in the evening. Do it in tandem with that. So you bring to mind all those things, you do your purification, or vice versa, you do your forgiveness before the purification, but you do at least kind of a little bit of working with forgiving yourself for these things. And then purify them with the standard tools that we use that I mentioned earlier, the 4 R's. I can't say it often enough. Forgiveness is a process that continues throughout our life. We can't just say the phrases or do the meditation a couple of times and be done with it. That's the emphasis on it being a continual practice. We can't say, well, I'm not able to sustain any sense of forgiveness in my life. Well, are you practicing forgiveness every day? Well, no, then that's why, because we do have to practice this. It's not something that we're necessarily that easy at doing. Some people might find it easier than others. And then Gina Sharp concludes with these words. So I encourage you to just continue to practice daily. If this is a practice that feels right to you, to continue to know what it feels like to meet resistances, to meet the resentments, to meet the anger, to meet the feelings of vengeance with an open and compassionate heart. Because if we're doing it right, then those are the feelings that should be coming up that we're addressing, is seeing our own stuff, seeing our own desire to get back at that person, to say something mean to them if they said something like that to us. think I've got enough time, just enough time to share this little story of forgiveness from Jack Kornfield. Sometimes this story makes me cry, but having said that, it might not make me cry then. I don't know. I sometimes have that possibility. And this should only take a minute or so. I forgot to pull it up on my computer, I think, I'm gonna have to pull it up. Anyway, Jack Kornfield tells this story in that book that I cited earlier, I think called Loving Kindness, Forgiveness, and Peace. And I heard a similar story, but I'll share his because I think, again, the details that I had from mine are still sketchy because it was quite a long time ago that I heard this story. But it all has to do with the fact that he used to ride this train. I think he was living in the DC area and rode this train. And he happened to be sitting next to this African-American man who did work with various people who were in difficult situations, especially youth and so on. And he says, once on the train from Washington to Philadelphia, I found myself seated next to an African-American man who had worked for the State Department in India, but had quit to run a rehabilitation program for juvenile offenders in the District of Columbia. Most of the youths he worked with were gang members who had committed homicide. One 14-year-old boy in his program had shot and killed an innocent teenager to prove himself to his gang. We hear about this happening, right, in various parts of the country where that's the challenge. You go out and you shoot somebody to kind of earn your badge of honor or whatever in the gang. At the trial, the victim's mother sat impassively silent until the end, when the youth was convicted of the killing. After the verdict was announced, she stood up slowly and stared directly at him and stated, "I'm going to kill you." Then the youth was taken away to serve several years in the juvenile facility. After the first half year, the mother of the slain child actually went to visit his killer. He had been living on the streets before the killing, and she was the only visitor he'd had. For a time they talked, and when she left, she gave him some money for cigarettes. Then she started step by step to visit him more regularly, bringing food and small gifts. Near the end of his 3-year sentence, she asked him what he would be doing when he got out. He was confused and very uncertain, so she offered to set him up with a job at a friend's company. Then she inquired about where he would live, and since he had no family to return to, she offered him temporary use of the spare room in her house. For 8 months he lived there, ate her food, and worked at the job. And then one evening, she called him into the living room to talk. She sat down opposite him and waited, and then she started. "Do you remember in the courtroom when I said I was going to kill you?" "I sure do," he replied. "Well, I did," she went on. "I did not want the boy who could kill my son for no reason to remain alive on this earth. I wanted him to die. That's why I started to visit you and bring you these things. That's why I got you the job and let you live here in my house. That's how I set about changing you. And that old boy, he's gone. So now I want to ask you, since my son is gone and that killer is gone, if you'll stay here. I've got room and I'd like to adopt you if you let me." And she became the mother of her son's killer, the mother he never had. That's forgiveness at a level that I hope none of us have to, kind of come up with, because that's a hard one. But, it shows how easy it hopefully is to be able to practice forgiveness with the things we have in our lives. Because these acts of courage, to talk about an act of courage and determination to be able to actually go to that place of saying, I'm going to confront this and work with this. And she was able to change it. Again, I'm not saying that's always the case, and that shouldn't be our expectation behind any of our acts of forgiveness. But that's the real spirit of forgiveness. Because we do see that, again, we're all potentially the person on the street, that's going to commit these crimes. We're all potentially the person who's going to recover from all of that and be a, good, upstanding citizen. We're every one of these people, and we've been every one of these people in all our various lifetimes. So I have to kind of see again our common humanity and work from that place. So anyway, sorry, I teared up a little bit. I knew I possibly would, but it's a great story. I'm so appreciative for Jack Kornfield. Again, I had heard something similar at the Center for Attitudinal Healing in Tiburon went to a talk that was there, and a mother who lived in Montana who had a similar incident. I think a 21-year-old son who got into a bar brawl, and the other guy that he got in the brawl with went to his car, got his gun, and shot her son. And she said she lived with this pain of like anger at him all the time, and she realized she got to a place where she couldn't live with it any longer. She had to go and forgive her son's killer.
It's like right
Yeah.
now, you've heard of the Parkland shooting.
Yes, definitely.
That case is going on now.
Oh, right, the trial of
The young man.
Yeah.
He killed
17 people. Yeah.
That's what it's going to be.
Is it? Yeah.
And no matter how, I don't have any children that went to the school or anything, but my feeling for what happened to the children. But then on the other hand, we have this young man also,
Sure.
who is just a young man with lots of other things to
Right,
do.
right.
And it's
Well, and to your
very
point,
difficult.
yeah. I mean, and with regard to the story with the Parkland shooter and that, I mean, it's really why I feel like the judicial system is so screwy, because they're not going to make him into a better human being. I don't think, unless they really, he has some amazing care and people involved in his life that are the impetus to help him in that process. And if it ends up with the death penalty, then it's just such a waste.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are really tough cases. I mean, I remember when I saw the film, actually, I'm sorry, I'm going a bit over here. I hope people are okay. A couple minutes over. I actually took Venerable Rabina to the film Dead Man Walking, the story of Sister Prejean, Helen Prejean, and her work in the prisons. And I was making this comment about how it was interesting how there was such a change of heart in the main character there when he was confronted with the reality of his own death and being on death row. And I was saying, well, maybe there's some value to having the death penalty because it brings people to that place. And Venerable being assuming I was pretty new to Buddhism, she said that had nothing to do with it. It was only, her being there that allowed him to get to a place of healing. And that is really true. You need the people in your life that kind of cause that healing to happen, or some seeds in your own mind that ripen into your desire to heal from that. Another thing that's in that article that Venerable Robina that I just shared, that was out yesterday at the Guardian website, is that she talks about a man who is essentially in one of the worst conditions on death row. There's horrible food and horrible prison, horrible place, but he's got a completely happy mind. Why? Because through Venerable Rabina's kindness, he's met with the Dharma, and he's been able to practice all of this. So these situations, when we see somebody who's done these horrible acts, it is important we have compassion for them, but we understand that, yeah, they cannot be out in society with a mind that is that disturbed that they would do something like that. But find a solution, folks. I mean, try to help people become more decent human beings and work with all of this. I don't know, not that everybody's going to be able to do that, but anyway, Buddhism certainly has the tools to help with that. There's one comment that someone shared, the very similar moving stories within restorative justice programs. Absolutely. Very thankful for restorative justice, where people are allowed the opportunity to sit down, the offender and the offended, and to work with how do we restore, everything on the basis of that having happened. So last thoughts, I really encourage you to work with this meditation as best as you can. Tomorrow morning, again, from 10:15 to 10:45, I'll at least lead the forgiving ourselves meditation part of it. If you'd like to come to that and join in on that, or I don't think it's online. Can't join online, unfortunately. But anyway, yeah. Do know that these are there for you to use. And I think there may even be recordings of Jack Kornfield going through some of this at his website. So you might check those out. Again, I owe a debt of gratitude to Jack Kornfield and others who have taught me on this subject. So let's dedicate very strongly that everything we've done here today, planting all the seeds for forgiveness to grow in our own hearts towards ourselves and towards others, that this may bring about a transformation of ourselves to the greatest degree, so we can also help others to have that same transformation. We dedicate also for the good health and long lives of all of our precious gurus, those that we depend upon, those motivating forces in our own lives that help us to continue the work and to continue to strive towards being the best that we can, as ideal as we can within this world. And lastly, we dedicate for those beings that we know of or have heard of that are experiencing pain and difficulty right now. we send this positive energy out to them so they can be free from it. And they can find all the causes that will lead them to true peace and happiness. And may all beings find happiness and peace through what we've done here today. Sorry for kind of speeding things up a bit at the end here, but I thank you all for your patience and staying with it for a little bit past the time. And again, I wish you well in your work on